All right, should be live. Should be live. Let's get the chat going. We'll see. Reload. And we'll test that. Twitch is working. YouTube's always one that doesn't work, so we'll do this one. Let's see. All right. And YouTube is working too. All right, sweet. That was easy. Sometimes it takes a lot longer to get working. I need my music though as well. Bear with me. Make sure it's not too loud in the background, hopefully. Hey, welcome. Sorry, I'm getting some, I just started, so. OnlyFans. Is that a bot? Is the first viewer a bot? You never know on Twitch these days. I'm gonna delete some of these little messages. Clear the chat. Right? I don't know if my content would work too well on OnlyFans. I'm making a game engine. Actually, I don't have a plan for today. I'm just kind of hanging out, I guess. Sometimes I come to these prepared with an idea, but I don't have an idea today. So who knows? Well, there's stuff I need to work on. It's like a never-ending list of things. I just need to figure out what I want to actually prioritize. No, I don't use AI for this stuff. Well, I use AI sometimes for like very specific things, but generally I don't use it, no. All right, I actually want to add a skybox. Let me zoom this in and out because we need a skybox. I already have one in a different project, so I'm just going to steal this right away. I think this one has the skybox. So I'm just going to steal the sky. I guess this can go in scene. I'm going to make a separate source file for this, though. I need to turn my monitor. It's like looking away from me. All right. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I have one build configuration that does W all. There are a lot of warnings I actually suppressed just because I don't think they're too useful. Like there's a lot of like really pedantic ones, which are like, in theory, something you should watch out for, but I don't know. I don't know how consequential they are. All right, so we just steal the sky so I don't have to write this a million times. And include. Yeah, because my build system, I generate the Ninja file, which is convenient. All right. What does the sky have? I'm just going to steal the code from the other project. And then edit it a little bit. Sky. This could be assets, actually. Let's see. Hello, everyone. People are following in. Yeah. RTTR is runtime type reflection, right? Just make sure I know the acronym. Yeah, I haven't done any of the C++ type reflection stuff yet, so I should experiment with that sometime because it looks interesting. All right, let's see. I need the texture. So what does this look like? So it's like a sphere map. Nice. The keyboard, it is, let me look it up. Ducky keyboard. I think it's this one here. It's on, 1 second. Let me pull it up on my main screen. This actually isn't the one. It's the Ducky keyboard 1.2. Mine isn't RGB though. Mine's just like basic. This is like the same model, but there's like an RGB version. And I have the cherry reds, I think. These ones. All right, let's see. Did I copy this? Assets, textures. I guess we can add a folder sky and paste. And then we need to actually render this. So we bind and then we release. I guess I don't have to release the texture necessarily. So I guess the scene kind of holds the sky, right? It's like we have a... Is this a namespace or a class? All right. I'm going to make this a namespace, actually, because I'm only ever going to have one sky. It's kind of dumb to have this as a as a struct, as a class, because when will I ever have two skies? And then these can be local to the translation unit as statics. And then I can take out GFX from the header, which is nice. Put that in here. And then that should all just work. And then in it, I can just have like that. So we'll draw the sky first, then we'll reset the depth buffer. And we don't need depth testing for the sky. Now let's see. Am I missing questions? No. Cabinet door is closed. It's true. The cat is currently sleeping, so I don't know if you guys can see him on camera. No, he's blocked by my microphone. He's like right there. All right, let's see. I'm just getting the skybox in here. So we draw the sky and then we can reset the depth buffer. I think this should just work out of the box, but let's see. No. Different vertex format. So is this a default shader? Yeah, here we go. So now we actually have a sky, which is nice. This sky is actually for this level. So each level should probably have a sky. Maybe I should put the sky as part of the level. I'm going to do that because that makes more sense. Because I'm going to tie the skybox texture and stuff to the level. So that would make more sense if this is part of the level. Why am I doing this? My includes are really spaced out right here because I have a a way I like to organize them. But I have like one of each type. I have like a vendor, a core, a Manta, and then like a local header, a project header. All right, let's see. So we'll have a draw level. And we'll also have a draw sky. Why are these const? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, thanks. Hey, how's it going, everyone? This game remembers of Counter-Strike. Yeah, it's true. All right, let's see. So I'm moving all the sky stuff in here. It doesn't need to be its own module in retrospect. Because it'll just be like part of the scene. So sky, index buffer, sky, and texture sky. And we can just set this thing to that for now. I also have like, let's grab all of these. I should have named these afterwards, so I can do this. And then we'll have a draw level. I don't know why I have a draw mesh and a draw level. Who knows? Okay, so I can delete this. All right, now I want to find some other sky textures. So we just need to find some good ones. I think this is the one I'm using right now, actually. Like maybe this one looks good. No, it looks really pixelated. This one looks good. going on up here? Why is there like transparency in a JPEG file? Hold up. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. I still use the GameMaker sprite editor as my quick image editor. Look at all these errors I get. Let's try loading this here. I'm not sure why I was getting all these random transparent spots. Yeah, they're not here. Okay, cool. All right, good enough. It's my sky texture. Which should look pixelated. So we'll see how this one looks. I'm just seeing how these look. Yeah. Yeah, GameMaker was the first engine I used. And I kind of like a lot of the way it, like a lot of the ways it organized things. So I use it in my project still. I mean, fundamentally, GameMaker is not even a bad engine. It's not a very great engine for like optimization's sake, and it's gotten a lot better over time. But I think like the fundamental design is a pretty good. It's like a pretty good engine at a fundamental level. It's just kind of, you know, simple, I guess. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan to some of the stuff they've done recently. But yeah. Oh, the sky didn't change because I'm not using this. Oh my god. Oh, I am using that. So why didn't that work? Why is it using the overcast sky still? Am I setting this? I am. Hey, welcome. All right, yeah, super pixelated. And you can see the crease at the top. Looks pretty bad. It's in the description, I explained that. It depends how you define library, but I'm using like the Windows, like I'm on Windows right now, so I'm using the Windows header files. So like the Windows API for creating the window. And to get mouse and keyboard input, you have to like listen to events from the operating system. And they give you that. They just send events and you can listen for them. And that's how you get the keyboard input and stuff. It's because the gun's part of the model, not like not a separate mesh. So each gun model, I can show you what it looks like. So like here's the sniper rifle. You can see the arm is just part of the gun. All right, let me make the sky less pixelated. The sky stuff is just kind of my warm-up because I'm kind of... I need to get into the mindset to actually like start working. There's some stuff I want to do with the asset management stuff. Complete proof that was started. I was like, I saw a message pop up and then it disappeared. It's because you deleted it. Interesting. Filter mode. We want, I guess, linear interpolation. This should look a bit better. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I think someone either got auto-deleted or he deleted it himself. I saw the question pop up for a second and then I disappeared. I think you asked something about if I'm using functions for each operating system, and then the answer to that is yes, I am. And I can show that here in a second. But I think the sky looks better, minus the crease in the ceiling. I should really use a skybox, probably, rather than a sphere. But this looks fine. But yeah, I can show that how that works. So basically, if we go to the left here, and the whole engine is the source code's in the description. I have like a GitHub link for it if you like want to actually look at this. But the window module, basically the Windows, like the windowing API is what gives you the like access to the input stuff. So like on Windows, here's my Windows implementation. Let me see. Yeah, so like on Windows, you have to listen to these messages, which come from, let's see. Or I guess you give the window, when you create the window, you have to like give it a callback function. And then it will call this function whenever it has an event, essentially. So, and then you'll get this message integer, which is just like a flag. And there's a bunch of these. But the ones you care about for like keyboard pressing is these WM, keyboard down, keyboard up. And like when you type, you get like characters and stuff. But here's the mouse stuff. So you just like listen for the mouse wheel event, the mouse move event. This W input is a separate event that you can then, from this, you can get like the mouse velocity. So when you do mouse look, you kind of want to use velocity. So yeah, and that's like on Windows, it does that. But it's very similar between the operating systems. So like if I go to mouse, on Linux, you have this X event system, which just like listens for these X events, and then you switch on them. So like the equivalent of the key press on Linux is like you listen to this key press X event. And like the mouse velocity stuff is pretty similar. You get like this generic event, then you have to, from that, request more data, pretty much. And the same is like true on Mac. So it's all basically the same thing. Yeah. So yeah, that's how that works. All right, so we have the sky rendering, which is nice. Looks a lot better. So what I want to do today is do some improvements to my asset management. So basically my build tool, because I have some code to load model files, which is how we see the guns, obviously. So these load object files, but I'm not loading. I'm doing it in a very simple way. Why do messages keep getting deleted? I'm confused. I'm not deleting anything, so if people are deleting stuff, it's on them. But yeah, so I'm loading these model files, but I'm not doing it in a very robust way. And I'm not actually loading the materials from the models. So I want to add code for that into my build pipeline. So we can actually like load just object files, and I'll get all of the materials from the object file. And there's a lot that goes into that, actually. So yeah, I'm going to try and do some of that today, maybe. We'll see how far we get. There's some stuff I want to do first. I guess I can explain how that works, but I'll show the code first. So I can delete this. So here's like my build tool. So like this thing that runs on the right side when I hit compile, this is the build tool. So this thing basically just like parses my asset directory and finds files that I want to package along with the game's executable. And it transforms the data into like a nice, game ready format that I can just load in at startup, or like if I'm streaming data in the runtime, I can just load from the file. But I have like all my raw source files that get processed by this tool, the build tool. So that's what the code is here. This is like the build tool. And this is the specific part that deals with loading model files. Yeah, that is what I'm doing. I just need to, I have like basic code to do this, but I want to make it more robust, because right now, I actually plan to support three eventually probably. So like I only support like OBJ model files right now. Yeah, I can't comment on that. No comment. All right. So, but yeah, this is my load OBJ file function. And I'm not doing this very robustly. So I'm actually not accounting for multiple meshes within the model, right? Because like in an OBJ model, you can have multiple meshes where each mesh has its own material. Right now, I'm just assuming that every OBJ file has just one mesh, which is not ideal. So I'll need to add support for this. And I'm also not doing any caching yet, so I want to do the caching stuff, which might be pretty tricky to figure out because it's kind of hard to reason about how to cache stuff like this. Yeah. I mean, genuinely, I don't know, because that wasn't my responsibility. I don't know if you're referring to the fact that I used to work on that game, but yeah. That was not my responsibility when I was there, so I actually don't know what they were doing. All right, let's see. What was your question? Sorry. Is there a good way to learn game engine architecture? I really don't have good advice for that, to be honest. I have bad advice for this because I just like learned this all organically over time. So I don't have like any specific resources. Off the top of my head, like I do like Casey Muratori's Handmade Hero series on YouTube. It's really long though, and I haven't actually followed it myself, but I like the way that he went about that series. So I think that's a good one to watch, even if you don't go like as crazy, low level, I guess, as he did, because he did that game in C, with no libraries as well for the most part, I believe. But I like the takeaways like that he was teaching through that. Sorry, I'm just kind of scrolling. I need to think about what I actually need to do today. Okay, so let's find a model file first and foremost, because we need like an example file that we can try to load. So how do we get like free object files, models? CG Trader Classic, and we'll find some low poly. And how do I change the format here? Format. We just need like a low polygon mesh that has multiple materials baked within it. And then we'll go from there. Because I just want to be able to load these things because it's kind of preventing me from doing more intense 3D stuff. We have the same FF background? What does FF mean? Can I add tracers? tracer, like tracer bullets. Yeah, I do want to do that. Unless you mean ray tracers. Tracers. Okay, we need a good model. What's a good looking one in here? Maybe this building would be nice. AAA quality. Comes with 2 LODs, which is nice. Does this come with multiple materials? All right, cool. Let's try downloading this one. Firefox. Nice. I think I have the default one, so I don't know if I did anything special. Maybe I changed it. I don't remember. Did this download? Still waiting. I've been programming for like, I don't know, more than 15 years. It's hard to say because I didn't have like a definitive start time. It was like 2007 is when I like actually started doing game development stuff. C++ programming is more like 7 or 8 years. All right, textures, mesh. Yeah, here we go. So we want LOD. We want these 2 files. Let's put these in the folder. So we'll see where this goes wrong very quickly. Let's just add these in here. New folder. So we'll do some model stuff, which should be fun. Oh, there's so many textures. So you should all go in there as well. And we'll load this MTL file. So this is what we want to parse, is this file here. I'm playing RuneScape music. I'm not aiming for any specific look for the game. I'm just kind of messing around with this project. All right, so here's the MTL file. This is like the material file that comes along with an object file. So if we look at what an object file actually is, it's basically just this giant list of vertices and texture coordinates, and I think there should be normals in here as well. And then we have this section, which basically tells you how to triangulate your mesh. So these are your faces, and each of these are an index into the array of vertices, the array of texture coordinates, the array of normals. And this is actually a quad mesh, which I don't like too much. So yeah, let's see. This isn't loading any textures though. So how's this gonna work? This should have like texture data in here. What's happening? Did I grab the long LOD version? Normally you have like a texture map in here as a file. I guess I can just find it. You know, I'm going to find a different model. No, I'm not using Unreal Engine. This is my own game engine. So no engine. No engine. I have so many windows open. All right, let's find a different model. This one might not work. It's so hard to find like 3D test models because nobody like uploads these. Maybe I used the boat. Should I use the boat? Wooden boat. Is this thing actually going to have like different meshes on it? Yeah. OOP. Object-oriented programming probably isn't, I don't know. Okay, let me download these first. I just want to get some models so I can actually start doing stuff. So sorry if I ignore. Let's delete all of these and try again. Okay, does this one look better? Wait, where are the textures? Here we go. Okay, here we go. This is better. So this mesh at least has a texture. So these are in the wrong directory though. So this is the annoying thing about model files is you have to like fix the paths yourself. But these will be relative paths. So PNG. Who capitalizes PNG? That's the craziest thing. You get these like models for free online, and they have really crazy file names sometimes. All right, let's just try loading this one. Does this one work? Boat. So in theory, this should load. Let me create a little class that I can use to just render arbitrary models. So, because we'll need that. So we'll have like model.hpp, model.cpp. So this will be our little test thing. So we'll have a class model. We'll have like a world model, we'll call it. So we'll draw into the world, I guess. Or a static model. Static model. So we will have on this thing, we need to include graphics. So we will have a vertex buffer. Which will use our vertex, the forward rendering one, this one. So we'll have a vertex buffer, and then we'll have an index buffer, because we'll need that to render. I can zoom in a little bit. Rewrite in Rust when. I support DirectX 11, OpenGL 4.1, and Metal at the moment for my graphics backends. To answer that question, sorry, it's kind of zoning. So we will want to give this, oops. A model. And we will give this thing. How does one even start? You just have to start small. You start small and you build your way up. Is how it's done. Okay, so we want to draw this thing at probably a position, and then maybe we'll just draw it at a position and a scale for now. I won't deal with rotation until later, because I'll probably supply a matrix to this thing. And then I guess we can also give this thing a texture for now. Texture. Even though that will be gutted out. Oops. This was called static model. This is just gonna be a little class that can like load a model file. Yeah, I didn't do Vulkan yet. Vulkan I have as like a work in progress. I started with OpenGL first because it was like just easy to get running. And then I did DirectX because it's faster on Windows. And then I did Metal because I wanted to run native Mac graphics. Apple graphics, because I use a MacBook all the time, so I wanted to support Metal. And then I'm working my way towards Vulkan. I just haven't done it yet. It's been low priority. It's low priority because like my graphics works fine. Keyboard warrior moves. Yeah. Okay, so we have a model, which means we need to get some things. So we have an asset, we have a model entry. So we have to get this from the binary file. So this is like our entry into the binary file. So assets, model. model. And then this will be all our to-do because we have a lot of work to do here. What's a bald can? Vulcan? Vulcan. Did I say bald can? Is it my accent? My Midwestern accent. So we have a mesh. And then we have model entry dot mesh. So this is the to-do here, to-do. Support multiple meshes. You unsubscribed. I actually like Mac. Hot take. I actually love my MacBook. All right, so we have to fill in our vertex buffer. Let me think about how to do this. How did I do this in the level or in the gun? I already do model loading code, so we just have to find this. Load. Do I have like a load? Yeah, here we go. I guess I already used this vertex format in my binary file, so I'm just going to copy this because it's basically what I need. Vertex buffer. I guess I don't need to do that. Is there like a middle project? I mean, like it depends. Like I think like making a simple game is always a good project. So like you can make a game engine, quote unquote, fairly easily if you just use like one of the existing frameworks out there. Like if you use like STL or RayLib, that kind of takes care of a lot of the, you know, the graphics and the windowing and the input stuff for you if you just use those libraries. So then you don't have to worry about that. But then you could like make like a simple game using that. Like if you made like chess or something, or just like any random small game. I think that's a good project. And then like a game engine project, like what I'm doing is just that to the extreme where I'm not using STL or RayLib. I'm just kind of doing it all myself. So obviously there's a lot more work with that. But the nice thing is you can kind of work at it in pieces. So yeah. And then let's steal the weapons transformation matrix code. So basically all of this, I believe. Why am I using doubles? Do I need to be using doubles? I do not need to be using doubles. Let's see. We are in position. I'm just going to leave rotation in here just for now. I guess I'm using doubles because I give them to my back end. But these get converted to floats anyway, so I'm not really sure why I'm doing that. So basically we create our world matrix and then we give it the texture and then we draw the vertex buffer and the index buffer. And we don't have to restore the matrix. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair with STL and RayLib. I actually haven't used those too much, so I don't even know which one. I don't even know what each one specifically does. I know STL is more like a game engine framework, and that it gives you a lot of utility for input and windowing and stuff. And I think RayLib is just graphics mainly, right? Double M44 is a double matrix 4x4 is what that stands for. And like float underscore v3 is a vector of 3 components. This is just my own little vector library thing, matrix library. And that's the naming convention I've gone with. There's like a million ways to name these things, and I've just chosen this one because it's symmetric. Like I can have like a double, float 4-4. So instead of using double precision, I use floating point precision, and they're like the same size on my screen. So it doesn't matter. Like these kind of things don't matter in the grand scheme of things. Naming is just like what you like what do you prefer. That's my take on it. Okay, so this thing should work. So let's draw this. We'll just load one into the scene here. We'll have like a static level, static model. Let's put this in like a to-do category, a temporary. Just so I know to delete this, temporary. So we include, can't type. We have a static model. Model boat, I believe this one was called. So we'll like have this at the top. I haven't built this yet, so let's see. All right, so now I should have access to this. Yep. And let's see, we draw this just after the level somewhere. Where do I draw the level? Here. So we need to create a command for this. Draw model. We'll just draw this up in the air somewhere. So like 0, 0, 64. And I don't know how big this thing is, so let's draw it at default scale. And it doesn't have a texture yet, so I'll give it like a brick texture. Brick red, sure. All right, here's our boat. The boat's looking pretty messed up. I should add the free cam back. I need to do that as well. There's a lot. What do you think about vibe coding? I think vibe coding is probably fine. I'm not a big vibe coder myself just because it's not very fun for me. But I don't know. I think it's fine. As long as you're not like... If you're learning stuff, I think it's good. Like if you're using AI in a actual mindful way, it's probably good for you. But it's, it's kind of hard to say. Some people just vibe code, but they don't actually learn from what they're coding. So that's a problem. All right, look, our mesh is completely busted. But you can see that it is a boat, but the triangles are all messed up. I'm curious why. I wonder if this is a quad mesh instead of a triangulated mesh. Let me look at the file again. I might have to load this in the Blender real quick and change that. So if we look at the object file. Yeah, look at these. Some of these, oh, this is interesting. Yeah, so this is interesting. So this mesh is both a mix of triangulated faces and quad faces, which is interesting to say the least. So let me open up a Blender app here and just open this thing and we'll change that. Because I don't really want to support triangulating my own meshes. It's kind of like the job of, the export from whatever tool I'm using. Where am I? C dev. Oh god, import, my bad. Projects. All right, here's what it should look like, of course. Yeah. So I'm just going to re-export this being triangulated. And I want this in the same, so what do I use here? So X is forward, Y is to the right, I guess. I guess plus Y. When I export this, YZ, okay. Oops. Now this thing should appear correct. And we export. And just rebuild. I mean, it might be the question of, do I think in the future physics and lighting can be driven by neural networks? It seems like that's where it could go. Yeah, I could see it definitely being like a phase within the render pipeline. Like you have, you might still have traditional rasterization just to like generate, the kind of like the template for what you want the scene to look like, and then you'd have like a step in the frame in the render pipeline that would like turns that into like an AI generated frame that has better graphics. I don't know, maybe that's possible. Yeah, I can show you. Okay, I lost my other file. If I undo this, so this is like the this is as how do I understand if it's quad or triangles just by looking at the numbers. So this is the object wavefront object file format, and I just know this because I have experience working with this file format. But basically the way this file works is you have like these lines that start with a V. So this is the vertex position. And then there's like ones that start with VT. So this is vertex texture coordinate. So this is like the texture coordinate positions, I guess. And then VN is vertex normals. And these are individual lists. So like you see you have a bunch of normals in one giant group. Each one's like a specific vertex. And then the way the model format tells you what the triangles are is you have these F lines. So like F stands for face. And then these little blocks here, you have like these little groups of numbers separated by these forward slashes. These are like, this number is like the index into the vertex array. So like you have a bunch of vertices. This is the index into that list. The second one is the one into the texture coordinate list. And then the third one is into the normals. You can see each F line has, in this case, 4 blocks of these. So that's telling me that this format is expecting this face to be like 4, a quad basically, because there's 4. Like you see this one has 6. So this is like a 6-sided face. And it would be up to my build tool's job to read this and then manually split that into triangles, because ultimately I'm rendering triangles, right? But I'm just using Blender as an export tool. So if I export this, there's this button here on the right, which is triangulated mesh. So this will force it to be triangles. So then if I go back to this file, and once this refreshes, oops, it didn't overwrite because I had pending changes. I think it's exporting. Yeah, see now it's triangles, so, because there's only 3 of these. Indices. Indexes. Yeah. So that's how that works. Yeah, it's not something. It's like I had spent time in the past like learning this format. So like I just know this because I've dealt with this a lot. So don't just look at this for 3 seconds and draw some conclusion that you're cooked, because like I didn't know this at one point, right? Like I know this now just for this specific format. So yeah, that's part of what I need to work on today, is doing this. What happened? Draw model command. Where'd that come from? What? I just had like a fake error. That was weird. Yeah. But yeah, so that model is this mesh, which we can see is a boat. Now I'm not loading its texture yet, and this is what I want to work on today. Okay, so how this works in the model format is before this giant list of vertices and texture coordinates and normals, there's this MTL lib line, so this metal library, or material library rather. It's saying that this is the library that it's going to read from. And then I guess this is the object line. So this is like a mesh. Now let's see how is this set up. Does it even use material 1 in this file? Yeah, it does. Yeah, so like before the face lines, it's telling me what material this thing is. Yeah, so basically this thing tells me that this list of faces is a mesh that uses this material. So I need to actually parse that now, because I'm not parsing that yet. Because right now I don't have texture. So we need to add support for that. And there's actually multiple types of these material lines. And interestingly, there isn't a material for the base. Like all these free models are just like completely broken models. Are you being censored? You shouldn't be. Unless you're sending links, I think. I can see your chat. Am I censored? Thanks. Let me go back to the stream. Okay, so there's actually, if we go to the documentation as well, so I'm going to need to parse all of these. But like if we go for like wavefront obj file format specification. So this explains the file format. Is there the map KD? Here we go. Here's the texture format specifications. And then this like tells you what these are. So like this map underscore KD is a diffuse texture. So it's like a color texture. So I want to support all of these as well. I'm just going to do the diffuse texture for now. And yeah, I agree with what you said. VS Code or Visual Studio is definitely bloated. All right, so yeah, we need to parse this. So let's just add the KD in here first though. So which one was this? The base color probably. So there's a file path to that thing. No, it's actually arguably a lot better for C++. Because look, I can just build C++ super easy in here. Like look how fast that was. Like I can build my entire project in like a second. And it works flawlessly. And it works on Mac and it works on Linux. Like here, if I get the Linux PC going. This is why I use VS Code, by the way. Let's just demo on the Linux PC. And I'll get the Mac one up as well, just for completeness sake. All right, so here's Linux. I'm in a remote desktop session with my other computer. But just for like, here I'm on Debian. I'm on GNOME. Oops, I didn't mean to debug. See, now it's gonna break. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. The compile times are really slow on my Linux computer. This is a really bad computer, so bear with me. Why isn't it running? Oh, it's in the background. Okay, see? Linux worked great. Same VS Code. Everything's perfect. Game runs fine. Compiles easy. If I switch out of here and I go to like my MacBook, same thing here. This is now I'm on my Mac. VS Code. Look, everything, all my settings synced up. Everything's great. Build and run. Runs well on Mac. You know, I just have one setup that just runs everywhere. It's awesome. So yeah, that's why I do VS Code. All right. back to this. So we need to add some code to this this file, this model loading file. So if we go to build, basically I need to parse the material file. So we need like a second stage here. Maybe one parses the let's see. So we want to first load the material file. Well, I guess we have to load the model file so we know what the material file is. That's interesting. What order do we do this? I'm going to load the material file first, assuming that it shares the same name, and then I'll change this. So we'll load that file. I need to zoom out slightly. So I guess we need to construct the file path for the material file. So we'll just do like a buffer path MTL, path size, and then we'll do like path remove I'm trying to think, how's the easiest way of doing this? Do the order of operations. Yeah, and of course I can use Visual Studio for like debugging as well. So like I'm not tied to not using Visual Studio. And I use the debugger all the time with Visual Studio. So it's not a big deal. All right, so we need to get the, I guess the file, we'll just SN_printf this thing. SN_printf. So we have size of this thing, and then we have, let's see. Actually, what utility functions do I have? I have a utility function that changes the extension somewhere. Change extension. Here it is. So we take in the path and the extension. I thought I had this. Let me make sure I need the dot or not. I don't remember. What is happening? Where do I use this? I like all these random utility functions I don't use too often. Let me just print out what this says. All right, yeah, that worked. Cool. My own virtual machine. I don't know what that question is. Okay. So we can load the material file. Let me just dump the contents of this thing. Here we'll have just to make sure we're actually loading this. That is not the right path. Here we go. All right, so now we get the actual file contents of the material file. So I guess we just scan this thing and just insert it into a hash map, I guess, based on the string keys. So like each file name here will just be a key into a hash map that will contain the file paths for these different materials. And then each material will have multiple textures. I'm not going to worry about all of this stuff up here. I just want to like extract the texture files from this. So, okay, let's do that. Here, let me just organize some code for a second. I'm just seeing what I have to work with. Because a lot of this work I already do. All right. What's happening in chat? What are we talking about? 12 numbers? What does that even mean? What are you talking about? What numbers? All right, okay, so next key. We basically want to do like the same logic we're doing here, except while while tel is not equal to resize max, and this will be MTL. So what is the format? So it's new MTL. And we'll just continue doing this until we reach the end of the file. All right, well, good luck with that. Okay, so we're gonna parse these lines, extract these material names, and then I guess, let's see. Immediately after, we'll do like next tel next. Because we have to know what our boundary is for this material, so we're going to get the next one right away. And let's see. Does this return? Okay, it returns after. Okay, so let's see. Basically, I'm writing code that will get me this block here is what I'm after. And then let's see, what else do we need here? We need like a next key. Our next. I'm just gonna go, I'm trying to think this. I'm just trying to think, like, I want to do this in one pass, ideally just like shoot my way through this file and just load it, parse it. I'm just thinking like the most efficient way to just extract the things I want from that file. Like here we go. Like if I'm extracting, you know, the normal map, I'm basically finding this line, and then when I'm at this line, I look for the next one. And then I know I can search for these basically keywords, these keys within that block of the string. And I can do that without copying strings or anything because I'm just like reading the string directly. But it's just annoying because the order of these aren't guaranteed, right? So I can't just like assume that the diffuse texture is like at the top. So I'll have to like manually search for these things. So I can like make a... Yeah, I could do that. I just don't... I don't think it's necessary, really. I'm just kind of... just gonna do it like raw dog it, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so this gets me... The tell and the tell next is like the range of the string that I'm working with. My string view, as you will. And then within that, I guess I can just try like... Try map KD, right? It'll be like... If so like this will look to see if this key is in here. KD, right? It'll find that key and then like this thing is not. It's like if it found it, right? The annoying thing is this mutates tell, I think. Unless it doesn't. Yeah, this mutates tell. So maybe I should have a version of this that doesn't mutate tell. Like, why do I mutate tell and then also return it? That's kind of stupid, is it not? Like, what benefit does this serve me to both mutate it and return it? That's kind of dumb. Yeah, interesting. This is just for fun. No, if I change this here, let me change this to just not be. To not mutate it. Does that break any of my existing code? Let's see. Let me just comment this stuff out for now. Oh, it does. Uh-oh. I'm in an infinite loop now. Shit. I guess that makes sense. Where am I using next key? Tell. Do I use this in any dumb place? I mean, I only use it there. Well, a couple places, I guess. Look, I'm stuck in an infinite loop. I guess the question is where. It's hard to debug my build tool, actually, because it doesn't... I don't have it easily attachable to the debugger, so I guess the question is where is this thing getting stuck? You know what? I'll just create a separate function for now. It's like, here we'll change this back. I'll worry about this later. I do want to change this though, because it's kind of nasty to be doing that. All right, so we'll do like. Basically the same thing. Another to-do to the list, which is great. Okay, so that's not mutating, is it? Yeah, that one doesn't mutate. So I'll just use this one. Where am I? So this should basically, starting from, oh, I guess this mutates it too. Damn it. That's so annoying. We'll use that there as well. Let's just print. What's the contents of this? This will at least tell me if this is working at all. Oh, I have to cancel this. That did not work. Can it not find map KD anywhere, I guess is the next question. Is it even finding this? Good little print debugging. Let's see. Are we looping over any of these? We're not. It's not even looping anything. Interesting. Interesting. What? I guess this would be 0, wouldn't it? Let's try this again. There we go. But now we're stuck in an infinite loop, which is great. All right. And that's also not what I was looking for. Yeah, I like Windows because that's just what I've always used. So I'm just used to it. I don't know if any of them are better than the others. I mean, for sure, Windows or Linux are better than Mac. But it's up to preference. Arguably, Linux is probably better. I think it's just the tooling on Linux is a bit weaker. Like, I don't know if there's a good debugger on Linux for C++. Or like one that's as good as like the Visual Studio debugger or like the RAD debugger that is currently being worked on. Okay, why are we infinite looping is the next question. Interesting. Let me rename my variables here. Just so it's a little clearer what's happening here. And I can pass in this one. I'm going to call this try find. Why did that not? Okay, so this shouldn't change anything. Are you a computer scientist? No, I'm just a programmer. Yeah. I actually have like one of the crazy Windows installs that you have to like dig around for. Where I don't have a lot of the Windows bloat installed. So there's a version of Windows called Windows LTSC, I think it is. Long-term servicing channel. So it's like a specialized version of Windows that they send to like people that are running it on like ATMs and like medical equipment. I don't want to like send you guys to a specific link or anything because I definitely bought Windows 100% legally, but there is a certain place where you can download a version of Windows that doesn't have all the bloatware installed. And it's an official Microsoft version of Windows, by the way. It's not like some weird hacked thing. You can get the enterprise version. And I have the Windows 11 version. I don't know. It's worked fine for me, and it doesn't have all the crazy like Microsoft OneDrive stuff in there and all the crazy stuff. The only issue, which there are a few, is it doesn't have like the newer versions of like some of the like the calculator app. So I have it here because I've like manually compiled the calculator app because they actually released the source code for the calculator app. But the version I'm using, like it says calculator dev here because I'm just using like the manually built local version of the calculator. Because otherwise you're getting like the Windows 7 calculator, which is kind of funny. And you don't have like a media viewer either. So if you try to like play a video or like load an image, like I don't have any image viewer. So I just have to like use Firefox for my image viewer. But it's nice because it doesn't have a lot of the other stuff on there. So yeah, that's a tip if you don't want all the random like stuff Microsoft's trying to shoehorn into the operating system. This just uses OpenGL 4.1 currently. All right, so let's figure out why we're stuck in an infinite loop. So are we not updating this? Try find. So that starts from there. And then while this should not be usize max. Let's see, what is this thing printing? I can't debug because I don't have it easily attachable right now. Otherwise I'd just jump in the debugger for this. So we're gonna spam some stuff in the console. Oh, it's just stuck at 0, 0. Interesting. Why was this different from the last time it ran? All right, let's see. Oh, it should return usize. Oh my god, what is happening? Yes. Now I have a Y. Yes, I program, yeah, professionally. Okay, this worked. Here we go. So we've gotten, now we have the PNG for this. That actually worked. That was great. So we've extracted the PNG from this line. So I can wrap this in a little helper function maybe. So basically we want like, I'll just do a lambda for now. We'll be like auto try find texture key or something. And then we'll give this thing a key, and then it will return probably a string, I guess. String. Let's see. And then, well, maybe it doesn't return a string. Maybe we give it a string. So then we can do like this thing is equal to null to start out with. Or we can return. Here, let's just see. So basically just move this stuff in there. And we can make this not so ugly. So it will... So it's like our start offset. And maybe I can give it a string view, perhaps, actually. And then from the string view, it should know Yeah. Exactly. It's all just doing the same thing. Ultimately, like all you do in computer science and in basically anything is you just have data. And I guess I don't need a reference to this thing, I suppose. This thing should be small. I mean, this thing is technically, what, 16 bytes because it's two 8-byte things. So a reference would be more efficient if you're sending like more than 8 bytes, but yeah, it doesn't matter. But yeah, ultimately you just send data around. Okay, so we're just refactoring this into a little helper lambda expression. Yeah, that's right. That is a good call. Okay, so let's see. So we have the string dot. What do I pass this? A file. Maybe I should send this thing. Let me see. I guess I don't have this. I don't have the helper functions for the string view like I wished I did. Because it's just a pointer into an existing string and then like how much data it is. Let me see. I just want to make this easy. Like I want to extract the string view. Is like MTL region, right? It would be something like my file dot view starting at this position and then ending here, right? So this is like the contents I actually care about. Start, end. And then my try find would like use this thing, I guess, ideally. So I'm going to change this to use a string view as well. I don't know why I passed this by reference. I really don't need to pass this by reference at all. So, because I don't need to pass the tell. It can just be like, maybe I will just use my string interface. I'm just going to keep the string interface. The string view would be better though, from like a an API perspective, because you just get the view and then you just pass the view around and it like always works. Yeah, I like const correctness too. I think it's really good practice. All right, let's try not over engineer. Let's not do too much in one step. We'll go there. So we'll just pass this thing the string. I'll pass it the buffer. We'll have like a start. So like the start and the end that we'll seek from, which is kind of a lot to pass into a single function, but that's fine. And then if this thing can't find it, I forget, does it return? Okay, yeah, so it always returns usize if it fails. Yeah. I just don't want to do any allocations, so I'm just going to use the string. I was just trying to simplify like the actual calling like the caller syntax. Where am I now? I got lost. Here we are. I'll write the code with the string first, then maybe I'll come back to this. So like this will be, we pass in the buffer, which is like what we're searching for, the start, the end, we get that, and then if this thing, if here, we can return Boolean for this too. So we'll like, here we can change offset. I don't know why I'm using tell instead of offset. All right, yeah. String is fine. So buffer dot substring would be the offset. And then we find the end of the line. So this can still fail still. This can fail still, sorry. There's like a lot of vulnerabilities here. I guess offset, we start from the offset. I'm gonna print this still. So in theory, this should behave exactly the same. So the calling, this will be like string, path, texture, diffuse. Now we do like if, try, find, texture, key. We'll pass in material. Maybe I should just return the string, I guess, actually. We'll return the string. Why is this not liking that? Do I find any restraints? No, not really. VS Code works great. Why is my static cast reference not returning? See, I don't include standard, so I don't have std move. So you have to do like the static cast syntax yourself, which is crazy. And I forget if I'm missing a reference or not. Whatever. What is this mad about? I thought you can move out of return if you well, I guess that makes sense because yeah, the local copy goes out of scope when you return. So yeah, it doesn't make sense to move out of return, does it? I was trying to like construct this thing and then not and then not you know what, I'm just gonna do pass by reference. Let's not overcomplicate this. I was just trying to not construct this thing or like do a move so it only constructs it once. Okay. We can return a bool. Return false. Path equals that. Return true. What do you mean auto for a function? That's a lambda. This just makes it easier. Because otherwise this expands into some crazy thing. Like, what's the equivalent to my lambda? It has to be like a void pointer. No, it has to be a Boolean pointer. Right? This is like my lambda syntax otherwise. It's like this crazy thing. In order to get this to compile the same way. Right? And that's not even correct. What am I missing? Yeah, it's like the syntax for a lambda is insane. I read the Twitch chat. I'm reading. Did I miss a question? How do you learn the code? Do you have a degree? I learned self-taught for a while, and then I got a computer science degree. I didn't really learn to code from computer science, though. It was kind of just, I learned more of like the theoretical stuff for programming, I guess, like the theory behind computer science. And then I just program a lot, though, so yeah. All right, let's get this compiling again so people can actually see what I'm working on. Let me not get too fancy here. All right, so try to find next key. We'll start from 0. All right. And this, so this is that, that is that, and missing that. And then we'll just print the contents of this thing, even though we're already doing that. And then this should compile again. All right, cool. Yeah, so this is the game, by the way, in case anyone joined and I've just been like looking at nothing for a while. This is like a little first-person shooter game. It's pretty basic at the moment. But I'm working on model loading. So if I go back to this thing, here, this little boat, I'm just trying to load its material properties because that's not the correct texture for this. Yeah, I like VS Code. I mentioned this earlier. I like VS Code just because it's like a lighter weight editor in that it doesn't take a million years to start up. It's cross-platform, so I can use it across all of the 3 operating systems I use on a daily basis. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And I like how much you can customize VS Code. So yeah. But anyway, we're seeing this printed on the side, so this is what we want. We want to see this, which we had before. I was just trying to make my I was trying to make my syntax look a bit better. All right, so we can actually start doing stuff with this now, though. It is crazy, but if you like if we run the experiment, like, okay, if I close VS Code and I open it, like if I just click this, boom, I'm in. I can hit run, boom, the game's running, right? That's so fast. If I open up Visual Studio, it's like we need to wait for this to load, and I have to drag it in. Sorry. We like go to here, and like stuff's still loading. It pops up a bunch of crap. And like if I want to run this, it just takes forever. It's slow. So yeah, that's the story with that. But I do like the debugger in VS Code. So like if I launch the debugger, where's the attach the process button? I don't want to attach. I want to launch a process. Whatever. Maybe I usually do attach it. I don't remember. But yeah, I like the debugger in Visual Studio. Mostly it's the debugger. The debugger is a lot better in Visual Studio. Because like the VS Code has a debugger built in, so like I can debug here and get breakpoints and stuff. Like if I plop a breakpoint, well, let's see, somewhere I can put one. Where's my actual game code? Here we go. Let's go like the main function. And I like put one here, right? Like I can get the breakpoints. You can see the call stack, you know. But the debugger here is like very basic. Like it's good enough for most things, right? But it's not amazing. So like if I run with the Visual Studio debugger, see if I can get this to work. I haven't done this one in a while. Let's just open this and attach it to who knows where it is. Let's attach it to the running instance. Where's like a search bar? Here we go. What do I call this? Here we go. Like I can attach here if we go. I don't know where my files are. Here, let's just plop a breakpoint in the listen function. Okay, it's not listening, I guess. Whatever, you get the point. The debugger's better. I don't really want to waste my time on this right now. Okay, so let's get the model files. So here we go on the right side. This is my texture. So we want to actually load a texture from this is the goal here. So I need, when I load a texture, we need to try and find its texture file. So we will. I don't even know how I want to do this. When I create a material, what do I do? Process. So we open. And then we, let's see. Where do we create a texture? Here we go. We have to like tie this in. Where did my music go? I had some fun music. Yeah, I agree with that. Do what's fun for you. All right, so we have a texture. We'll allocate a new texture. We have to give it a name. I could allocate from file, actually. Which is maybe what I want. This would actually work perfect. Okay, so we have like texture ID. So this should register a texture. We'll just give it the name. So we'll extract the name from this. some ugly code for now, just to get this little copy of the name without the extension. So this will be the name. And then what else? Why is that giving me an error? Oh my god, this is such an annoying API. Why am I like mixing? Okay, whatever. This is so ugly. I'm mixing like C strings and like my own string wrapper thing in my build tool. I need to clean this up. It's really hideous. All right, so that should work. Let's just print that this actually, well, I should be able to see it. Hey, how's it going? How have you been? I saw the other day you had the flu. I was watching your stream for a bit. The one when you didn't have the camera on. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's funny. It's because I have this like hideous thing going on here with this string. I'm like copying a string into a buffer, using one of my helper functions and copying it back. It's just like, ugly. I have to clean that up. I should, yeah. I will do that. I'm just getting it to work. I'm just getting stuff to work at the moment. Okay, so if that worked, let me see. I should see this texture file show up in this header. Do I see it is the question. I don't think I see it. Shoot. What should this thing be named? It should be called mesh-based color is what this should be. Maybe I have to rebuild. Oops. All right. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? Let's just do some more print debugging. It's like, is the name wrong or is... What's wrong? So yeah, it failed to load the file. Interesting. It's because it's like, it's a relative path, I guess, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, okay, so this is a relative path, actually. So maybe it's good that I did this. Because, well, I don't know. Yeah, I had the flu over, actually for like 3 weeks around Christmas. It was pretty rough. It took me like 3 weeks to fully recover. The debugger setup. I don't have the debugger attached. Okay, it's kind of complicated because I have like a 2-part build system. So I can easily debug my runtime through VS Code, but I don't have it set up where I can easily debug the build tool, which is what I'm working on right now. So this is like a separate application from the game itself, which runs before the game is compiled. And that's what you see here in the console, in the terminal on the right side. This is not the most thrilling code. I'll say that. Okay, let's see. So the problem is it doesn't like relative paths, which is what this thing is. So I need to set this to be, I guess, I need to extract the directory that this file is in. So we'll be like, I guess it's the asset directory. Do I have the file.directory as a thing in here? File.path. Yeah, let's get the file directory just so I can append it. Or maybe I'll do it as a buffer. So path, get directory. We pass it this, pass it that. And then we give it, I guess, the file dot path. And then we have the directory now. So then I'll just make that a capture for now. I want to append this to the path. There really should be a this is rough, but this should work fine. So then if I print that, now we actually have the full path to this thing, right? And then now I think we should see it in the output asset file, maybe. What was it called? No, because we hit the cache. All right, now, but now it has the full name. Okay. Is this software rendering? No, it's not. It's hardware rendering. Okay, let's see. So now we can't just blindly... Good, so I don't need to do this anymore. Do not copy my file IO code. This stuff is this stuff is rough. Okay, so that should trim the file path off. And we get compilation error. So now, if we look at the output, yeah, here we go. Now we actually have the mesh, the actual mesh texture. And in theory, if I go into the runtime now and I update it to use that instead of the brick texture, wherever I do this in the scene, wherever I was drawing this. So here, now I can do mesh base color. Graphic stuff is cringe. Okay, so now it actually has the texture. Let me move this down so it's not like way up in the sky. So now our boat has a texture, which is nice. From the file, which is pretty cool. We can move this down a bit more, make it bigger. Now we need to actually do something with these. Because right now I'm still hard coding, you know, it's like grabbing that. So we need to maybe append some stuff to the file name because we don't want to like conflict with existing textures because these are loaded from a model file. So still a ton of work to do, but let me do some cleanup on this as well. So what do we do here? So like path model directory will be that. And then, so basically we load the material file first. We have this little lambda to help us, I guess, find the material key. This can still fail though. So maybe we need to do like, So, and this needs to give the key as well. So it should be path start. And then we need the path end, which will be the new line. So that will start there, and this will just be this. So we start there and we find that. So then if the path end is size max or path end is less than or equal to path start, then we return false because we couldn't find the path. And then I guess we use that here. So that will get us the path, and we can trim this. We'll want to trim that just in case. We append to that. This can be static, I suppose, so I don't need to capture by reference. Not the best code, but this should be fine. So in theory, this should work exactly the same. All right, now let's see what we can clean up here. This would be like we can save that, so we'll just reuse this. Delete that. And then we want an overload of this, which will be kind of gross for now, but we'll just do I actually use the fact that this is a string? I do, yeah, of course. I won't overload that then. It's because I don't have helper functions for these that actually return me the strings in like my string form. Because these aren't from the string module, these are from the file system code. So it doesn't know that a string exists in my file system code. So that gets me the texture. And again, this is, for each material, this is true. I can even keep this out of here as well. Otherwise, I'm just like reallocating strings all the time. All right. Okay, so I guess the next part of this now is every... Oh, hey, how's it going, Vlad? Long time no see. Wow. How's it been? Man, it's been years. It's crazy. All right, let's see. What can we do next? So I guess I want to put these into a hash map or something, maybe. I don't even know. I just have like a bunch of gross load material code up in here, so I'm just going to keep adding to this. So we have like a material struct. So this will be like my material thing. And it will have on it various textures. So it has a diffuse texture. We'll just null these all out. You'll have like a normal map, maybe. Let's do those two for now. You probably want like a specular or something as well. And then the key, we'll have like a hash map of these things. So we'll just do like a U32 key. And then to a material. So that we can just refer to textures based on material. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that should work. That should be fine. So I guess when we see a material, we'll want to like create this material thing. This is divine intellect. It's really not. It's really not that complicated. It just looks more complicated than it is. Part of it's because it's like overly verbose code to do a very simple thing. I'm just looping over a file and looking for keywords, basically. That's all it is. Anyway, so let's see. New MTL. Do I get the material name? So I don't even get the material name yet, so I want to get that. So maybe I need an extra function on here. So we want to get the next... next string. Maybe the next line, perhaps. Next line. I still don't know why I'm sending tell as a reference to itself. I don't know why I'm doing that. All right, that should give me that. I can simplify. You're not wrong. GTA 6 is never coming out. You think chat on stream is stuck, is it? Am I missing chats? Sometimes my thing goes out. Or my follow. I think it's good. I think it works on my end. Unless I'm missing chats, I don't know. So we have like file name. Path image. So I guess if we fail to get the next line, we'll give it the buffer. We'll go path start, path image, and we'll return false because we failed. And then we can just append this. So that should be fine. Set but not used. What is this mad about? Okay, so material dot texture diffuse. Okay. Yeah, for anyone who just joined. Yeah, I don't use standard from C++. And I don't use it mainly for the compile time speeds that... If you don't use the standard library, your compile speeds will just be like at least 10 times faster. It's actually crazy. Potentially significantly higher than 10 times as well. But yeah, for anyone just joining, I'm working on just like code to load model files. So this is the game I'm working on. So it's this first-person shooter thing. It's pretty basic at the moment. Oh yeah, the fog is new. Yeah, I did that at the end of last stream, or maybe 2 streams ago, I don't remember. I have a little controller for this as well. I can change the fog values. My mouse has disappeared. I can't see my mouse, so I don't know where I'm dragging, but I can change the color values. So that's kind of fun. Because precompiled headers don't solve the problem. If you're working on engine code, it's pretty likely that you'll be touching a lot of the header files and translation units anyway. So like precompiled header files don't solve the problem of you touching a bunch of headers while you change code. So it's just not a good solution to the problem. The better solution is to just not have slow compile times in your existing code. So like I can demonstrate, like if I clean the project here and I just build this, this is like a fresh build of the project. Oh, of course I don't get it because I'm missing. My bad. Let me go to a project that actually compiles. This one. So like this is a fresh compile in GCC. It's going to be super slow. I picked the slowest compiler. Let me pick one that's not super slow. This one. LLVM. So like my whole thing takes less than 2 seconds to compile. So that's why. And that's using, you know, no cache, nothing, you know, fresh compile. I've deleted the output folder. Like I can go this game, which is a little more complicated, and we'll do this one. Like that was just a fresh compile, and this entire game just like compiled. So yeah, it's really nice not using the standard because you can just, and that wasn't just compiling too, I should say. That's also running my build tool. So it's running a separate application in between the compile to pack the assets and stuff. So like you can see, like I processed like all of these shader files, a bunch of texture files, a bunch of sound files. So that was an intermediate step, and that entire process took 2 seconds. So it compiled and also did a bunch of like asset processing in 2 seconds. The Earth model is just a sphere. So yeah, this is my other little game I'm working on. This is my Terraria clone for context. I guess for not for context. I have a little water simulation going. Yeah, I wish so too. I was inspired to do this because I used to work in AAA at a company and they had really slow compile times. And I was just like pulling my hair out because I'm like wasting so much of my time just waiting around for stuff to happen. And I'm like, okay, in my own engine, I'm just going to prioritize having it go as fast as I can. I use templates for a lot of things, actually. So you don't even have to worry about templates necessarily. It's just like you have to worry about how big your header files are and how much code gets like duplicated between the translation units. Because ultimately that's what slows down your compile times is when when you have these really huge header files that have to get like parsed. And then like when the linker comes, it has to like deduplicate symbols, if they're showing up all the time in all these translation units. And the standard includes are really bloated because they just need to be general purpose, they need to be general purpose. It's a standard library, right? But my project doesn't need that. So I'm like, well, why would I use the standard then? But yeah, that's just a tip. But I'll say now, I don't actually recommend people do this unless you actually like are interested in doing this. Because it is a lot of work to like get your compile times faster. And an interesting thing I did with this engine as well is I'm not only not using the standard library, I'm also not using the C headers directly for most of my builds. So what I mean by that is like, let's look at stdlib. So when I use stdlib, which is a C header file, typically you do like the include, stdlib.h. But in my engine, you'll see me do like vendor/stdlib.hpp, right? So I'll include this header file. And as a compile time speed thing, I have this macro called use custom C headers, which if this thing isn't enabled, it'll just like, pass through to the official standard stdlib.h, right? But if I'm using this macro enabled, it actually I have my own trimmed version of the C headers, including the only functions I actually use. So like this header file is a lot smaller than the official one. Like if I jump to the official one, it's hard to demonstrate right now. But basically, I just have as little stuff getting compiled into my project as possible. So, and like this is the same for all of my C header files. Another thing that this is useful for is we're looking at the X11 header right now. So this is for Linux. And X11 actually steals words that you want to use. So like if you include the X11 library for like windowing on Linux, one of the keywords it takes from you is window. So like the window keyword, just like window. This is a reserved this is a namespace conflict, right? Because they use this in their header file, which is really annoying because I use the word window. But by having this sort of abstraction over my header files, I can actually guard against that by redefining window in this little header guard thing I have. So I can like temporarily define window to be X window, and then I include the X11 headers. And then at the end, I just undefined window, so it's back to what it used to be. So now every use of window is X window, and that's really convenient. So like I was already wrapping my header files by doing that. So I was just like, well, I might as well just write my own header files too. But yeah, it's really crazy. Yeah, if you don't change comment.h, but don't change precompiled headers, then it takes, precompiled headers definitely do help though. Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't help. What do I think is worse? I don't know. I think they're both kind of equally fine. I think the X, well, I don't know. What do I think? I think the Windows libraries are kind of annoying, but that's only because they're so. If you just like look at some of the Windows library stuff, like the actual C headers for these, you can tell there's just a lot of backwards compatibility built into these. And they use weird notation too. They use like this Hungarian, I think it's called Hungarian notation for their type names. We have to like define these random things. So it's kind of awkward to work with like the Windows headers directly because you have to like think about that. But I don't know. It's all fine, I think. I don't really have a strong thought either way on which is better and which is worse. All right, so back to the model stuff because I am trying to get work done. Why is there so much like spam in the chat? Okay. Back to the other game. I have to figure out why this didn't compile. I must have broken this. Imagine getting work done. My biggest project is probably this game engine. Okay, this texture is lost. So what did this become? Let me zoom in. Let me get myself situated. I must have messed this up. What did this become? Oh, I just lost it entirely. Interesting. Why did I lose that? Okay, I've broken something. Something is broken. This function broke. Let's see. If next line. This should be if not next line. Should it did? Yeah, there we go. Maybe. No, didn't work. Oh, it worked. Never mind. Yeah, so I'm working on model loading. So yeah, let me get this stuff to work again. So basically I have this concept of the material. So now I need to populate these because there's multiple of these in theory. Yeah. Yeah. So I used to work at Activision for a few years, and I'll say the build times were equally slow over there. So, and they tried. There was some strategies that they tried to get it down. I don't know how much I can say really because I don't want to like break NDAs or anything. So I have to be careful, I guess. But they had strategies that they tried, but it didn't help too much. I made the water physics. I can show that off right now, actually. So if I like go to oops. Here, let me turn the multiplayer on. We need to debug the session. The multiplayer code's still a little rough, actually. Oops. Here, I need to restart. Yeah. I did like working there. It was actually a pretty good job. Yeah, it was some of the code stuff was pull my hair out level. The multiplayer is really laggy when I'm streaming. But yeah, this is the project with the networked fluid simulation. This was a pain to figure out. Well, I got a different job, which I thought was better for me, so I left for that reason. There's so many questions. The way of water. I love the water physics. All right, let's see. Let's get back to this texture stuff. I have to get work done. I'm sorry. So what is the normal map? Let's go back to this file. So what is normal? It's just KN, I think. Normal map. Do they not have a normal map? Norm. It's just called norm. Okay, fine. I guess we'll just call it. See, this is why this material format thing is so outdated. Maybe I shouldn't even support this as a file format. But all my random model files are in this format, so I will continue. So texture normal. In theory, that should just get the normal. I have to get work done, Connor. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we need, when we see these materials, we actually need to extract the material name. So I'm not doing that yet. Okay. So I guess the top of this is the so if we can't get the material name, so next line. Here, let me do some local stuff here. So we'll like, I just want to clean this up because it's just kind of confusing. This can just be start, I guess. While start is not that. So if we get the material name, then we can continue. So we have to get the key from this. So I guess if the hash map already contains the material, that's probably an error because we don't want duplicate materials. Why'd my music turn off? All right, yeah. See you later. Bro's playing SC2 in an IDE. All right, sorry if I'm ignoring chat. I just need to get the work done. Okay, so this thing is, what is the model name? File dot name. And the material name is material name dot cstring. So that's our error if we already have the material. And then we need to make this thing. Materials dot add. So we'll add just the key. I'm just gonna call it key just for simplicity's sake. Let's have a new material. Does this thing not return a reference? I guess we can edit at the end. Okay, so we'll just put that here. So then in here, we just try to get the basically parse the material information. So we have start, end. I'm gonna delete the normal texture stuff for now, actually. And then, let's see. Goes end, and then we'll continue. All right, so that will parse our file. And then for each material, we should extract the name. So I'm also gonna print this for now, just so I can see what the names are. Let's see, material name. We'll print it in magenta, so it's easy to see. Oh, wrong project. How do you add textures into the code? No Unity, no Unreal Engine. So basically, sorry, there's so many questions. I'll try to answer these as I go, but I'm gonna answer the how do I load textures, because that's what I'm working on right now. So basically, textures are just, at the end of the day, textures are just data. So like you have, a file is just a giant list of bytes. So when I load a file from like a PNG file, basically you go to the file system, you say, give me the bytes for this file. You load the file. But PNG is like a compressed image format, right? So, you know, I have a function that can read the PNG file and turn it into basically a buffer of raw pixel data. So like red, green, blue, alpha channel, for every single pixel within the width and the height. So that is like the data that so I load the file, I guess I decompress it, you know, I turn a PNG into like the raw data for the image. And then you send that data to the graphics card through like the graphics API that you're using. And it will create like a texture resource for you on the GPU. And then how you actually like render it is you just bind basically that texture to the, I guess in this case, the raster pipeline, and you sample it. But fundamentally, you just have to go from file on disk to raw data uploaded to the graphics card. And I'm working on a piece of that pipeline right now. So I'm like loading a file that points to other files. And that's like the texture image I want to load. And I'm just funneling data around is essentially what I'm doing. Is someone asking? I see an argument in the chat about, maybe not an argument, but there's already excellent engines out there. It's better to improve them by contributing in things. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. If I missed any questions, just repeat them and I'll try and respond. I'm not intentionally ignoring anybody. Okay, so this works again. Well, it depends. Like, you can't just load the PNG directly because the PNG isn't a raw data format, right? And the graphics card doesn't know what a PNG is. So you have to translate the PNG to like a bitmap, I believe it's called. So yeah, that is part of it. You know, and against the no library thing I say, I actually do use a helper header only library that just loads PNG files. So there's like a pretty common one called STB image. And this has a function in here that I use that like can interpret PNG into like a raw, you know, array of bytes. So I used that. I didn't write my own PNG loader. Yeah, and I also use one for TrueType for loading fonts, because fonts are similar. It's like this crazy format it's like, in theory, I could write my own algorithm for this, but it's just like, I don't do it. You know, I guess technically it counts as a library because that's a good point. Low key, it doesn't count as no libraries. Technically speaking, my engine is no library because I also support a non-PNG image file format. So you can use the engine without even touching STB image, right? It's only for these accessory, like these other formats, right? Like, because it's convenient to be able to load PNG and JPEG files. No one really keeps their image formats in like raw binary. So yeah, we've all been bamboozled. That's why I put an asterisk in the file in the title recently. I don't know if the Twitch has the asterisk. Maybe I need to put the asterisk in Twitch. And I put something in the FAQ explaining it. It's because it's hard to write like no SDL, no RayLib, no STL, or no SDL, no STL, no RayLib, no GLM, you know. That doesn't fit in the title, so you have to put the clickbait in there. But those are the only two I use. So those and the graphics APIs, I guess, are technically the only... yeah, I could say no frameworks. Maybe that would make better sense. I should put no AI in there as well. That should help the clickbait. But anyway, it's not that deep. It's not that deep. You're missing libraries. Yeah. If you're on like Linux, you might need to get some of the there's like developer libraries for the window for the X11. I think you need. There's a couple of them. I think for ALSA for sound as well. Yeah, but anyway, back to this stuff. So we get the textures. I need another model to load that has multiple materials. So back to CG Trader. We need more models. For raw for what? Image? I have a format that's just raw binary data, which is just literally a block of image data. So I guess if that's what .raw is, the answer is yes. Okay. So we need a model. So we need, back to this, we need one that's actually has multiple pieces. And it isn't like corrupt, like most of these are. Is there like, what's a good model? Does anyone have any good models? Okay, so let's see. Seems wrong. Is the music too loud, by the way? One of the streams, it was too loud. Okay, we need a model that's obviously multiple pieces so it can load. I have the settings JSON file linked in the description. So there's a link to it because people kept asking me that last stream. So I've linked my VS Code setting file. And that should have basically everything you need. We need like a nice model. What's like a good just model with multiple pieces? All of these look so bad. Maybe this Jeep, the US Army Jeep, or UAZ 3D Jeep. All right. This one has potential. Is it, let's get the object file. Oh, shoot. This one has potential. Here, we'll get that downloaded. Okay, so the other piece of this puzzle, yeah, so I guess to explain, so I've been working on this model format loading stuff. So this is my own asset management system, basically. I have like a bunch of debug stuff being printed on the right side here. But models aren't my only asset type. So if I like go to here, let's just build this through the terminal just so I can mess with the command line a little bit. So here, you can build the project from the terminal, which is nice. So if I boot.bat project equals GA1, that's the name of this thing, and then verbose equals 1. So this will compile the project and we can see the output of the asset system. So you can see I have like 3 stages to my build pipeline. I have a stage that gathers the assets. So this like globs all of the files. And then I have a build phase, which actually like starts doing stuff to them. So you can see there's like a lot of different asset types. So here's like object types, there's shaders, it's doing shader stuff. Here's like just binary assets, textures, fonts, sprites, materials. There should be sound in here as well. It's a bunch of asset types. If I run this again, we'll see that most of this didn't actually run now this time because it has a cache system. So it only builds if it sees that between builds, or it like only does work if it sees that between builds, the assets have actually changed. And that like significantly speeds things up. But if I like go in here and like mutate one of the shader files by like adding some extra code in here or something, like let's go to this shader and just turn it red. So like we've made a change to the shader. We'll close this and go back to this and we rebuild. You can see that the shaders, it detected that they were dirty because one of the files changed. And then it rebuilt all the shaders, or it rebuilt the shaders. It has to rebuild all of them because they can depend on each other. Because there's like a include system that I have as part of their shader language. So it actually rebuilds all of them. But yeah, so it only did the work it had to, but it didn't do the other assets because those didn't change. But now the world is red, of course, because I changed the shader. So there's this extra layer of cache that I need to think about while I'm parsing these model files. Because I need to detect if the model file has changed. And that can mean a lot of things. It can mean like, did the textures that the model points to change? Did the model itself change? Do we have a new model? Do we have like one fewer model? So we need to detect all of those cases. And then only load stuff if the models are actually like dirty. So yeah, this there's a lot to think about with this. So I need to get this working. So there's like a question of like, maybe I have 2 passes, one pass, one pass checks cache and the other, why do I have more viewers on YouTube than Twitch? Probably because the YouTube algorithm is more generous with spamming the video out to who knows where. But like I have one pass that checks cache and the other pass. Yeah, it's a $100 fee for Steam. It's a $100 fee. And then you also have to do like ID verification. So you need like a bank account and like tax information. So it's kind of a process actually. But otherwise it's not too bad. All right. So let's see, where was I? So I need a concept of, so what does a model have on it? A model is a list of meshes and a list of textures. I guess it should really be a list of materials. But I'm going to step away for a second. I need to go use the bathroom. So I'll be back in a little bit. All right, I am back. Back and ready to go. Oh yeah, I've since the other day I've added player collisions too. So now I can actually like move around and jump through the window, which is sick. Kind of an essential feature of a game is to be able to like actually run around. All right, so how many times do you do this? I don't know what that question means. Yeah, added some little animations. They're actually very simple. Okay, so models. I'm trying to think of where the material data should go on the models. So I have this concept of a mesh, right? So I have a mesh and I have a model, and a model has multiple meshes. So I guess the question is, does the mesh have a material? Or does material exist as a concept separate from the mesh? And I think the material should be separate from the mesh. It's like, ultimately these are all questions. I don't know why I have a not space there. Ultimately I have, I don't know. Like a lot of this, this game engine stuff is just like thinking about how to organize concepts. It's like, is material something, I guess that is something you would want kind of abstract, right? You want a material that just has like a color texture and like a normal texture, and like all of your texture formats. And that would be like a separate concept from everything else. And I kind of have this material system here, but I kind of want to gut this and create a new one. So then my model would just be basically a list of meshes and a list of materials, right? So it's like that, materials, include and then when I create a material, it would point towards, or create a mesh with a material, it would point towards a material. Yeah. And like a material can mean a lot of things. It's like, is a material also a shader, right? Like, does a material point to a shader? There's so many questions. And I don't know the answer. I think it would make sense for a material to point to a shader, right? But like, is a material also a vertex format then? Because shaders have vertex formats. And it's like this web of just complexity that you get once you start trying to abstract away all of this stuff. And I'm not sure what the right answer is. But we'll figure it out. So let's see. What do we have? We have loading of the textures now. Oh, that's right. I was going to actually improve this to also append when I create the texture. I do the name here. I want this to be probably the material name. So it should be like material name plus dot append so we'll start with like a string mesh material underscore append the material name, append another underscore, or it should be model material, I guess. And we don't have compiling because this would break stuff. Okay, so yeah, here's the problem, is that these materials can have illegal characters in them, and that's completely fine, but I can't have a dot in a... I can't have a dot in a material name. So maybe I should just append the key to this, perhaps. Or maybe it'd be like diffuse. So maybe I'll do like diffuse. Okay, and then this will error, like waiting for nothing. So then this should be model material diffuse that. Yeah, because basically what I want to solve is like right now in my little draw function, I'm required to pass a texture into this. And I can just get the texture from my asset system because it adds it to the list of, you know, available textures in the engine in the runtime. But like I shouldn't have to pass that. It should just be able to know what materials each mesh has based on the model that I gave this thing when I initialized it. So like when I did model boat .init, I gave it a model, and then it should be able to figure out, you know, what materials are associated with that model. That gets annoying though, because sometimes you have the same model but multiple material like skins, right? Like you can imagine you have a soldier model or something for the enemy character, but you have multiple textures because you have different skins of that thing. So it's like you need to like have a concept of a skin, like a material skin maybe, or a model material, a model skin. I don't know. Like what level do you keep abstracting? I don't know. So it's kind of nice to just pass a texture because then it's obvious how it's going to work. Like maybe what I really want is a material skin, and then you have a material, and the skin has multiple materials, right? Material 0, you know, 1, 2, and then I could supply the skin to this, and it would just know. Maybe, I don't know, something like that. But we'll see. So I guess the next step is I need Okay, I need to overhaul my material thing next. This is the next big step. So I'm gonna keep the old version. So I have a material thing, but I want to gut it out. So we're just gonna make a copy of this and make a new version. So let me look at the API of this. I could do this in C, probably. C isn't that different than what I'm doing currently. It's just like you don't have member functions and stuff, and namespaces, and templates, I guess. But like I know I'm very familiar with C, so I could probably do it in C. I just don't do it in C because I kind of like some of the C++ syntax sugar, I guess, if you will. I like references too. Those are kind of one of my favorite features. Sorry if I'm not doing a whole lot of programming at the moment. This is like a lot of thinking. This is a thinking stream, a think out loud stream. Okay, let's see. It's just, it gets really complicated doing all of this stuff. And I have to think about the caching too, which is the other hard part. So I guess this stuff should be moved to the material, right? Like this should be a job of the material module, as you will, to actually like parse these MTL files. But I also want to be able to create materials without parsing an MTL file. So I should be able to do that in the engine as well. I graduated like 5 years ago. So, but yeah, I did go for computer science. And I've been out for a while. And I do full-time software engineering. This is just for fun, the current project. Okay, so let's think here. What is a material? So a material is a list of texture IDs, textures. And it is also, perhaps that's all it is. It's just a list of textures. Maybe it's not just a list of textures though. Maybe it's like a well-defined list of textures. So we have different texture types. Material slot, I guess I could say. What's happening? So we'll have these material slots. My cat is jumping up on the cupboards. Game development pays all right. I don't work in game development anymore. I work outside of games. Does not declare anything. Okay, so we have like a material slot diffuse. Material slot normal. We'll have like a material slot specular, right? So these are like material, I can just call this material texture slot. This is just a list of material textures. And then at the very bottom, we just have one that keeps the count of these. So if we ever add more, we'll have the count. And then this will be just an array. And we'll just do that. Textures. Yeah, it's a custom thing. It's just syntax sugar. I can show this off. It's kind of interesting. This is literally just an enum type, like an anonymous enum, right? Of a specific type, you can give it a type. And then I just give it a name. So like I kind of hide this behind an alias. And I like this because I can, it's just like a C enum basically, right? Just a raw integer enum. But I can use this as like a type in function parameters. So like when I look at these functions at a glance, you know, I can just know like, okay, these are the types that I want to use, right? And then the question is, why don't I use like the C++ enum class thing? Because you can also do, what is it, like enum class, right? And this is like C++, etc. Like, so that's obviously a valid option. I could do that. The problem with the the enum class in C++ is that these things don't decay into integers, like without you writing custom overloads for it to do that. So like once you kind of subscribe to this enum class syntax model, I guess, these things aren't integers anymore. They're like their own class type thing, which is really annoying because sometimes you use enums as integers. Like I want to use these things, you know, opaquely as an integer. And like sometimes I use like an enum and then I add to it, you know. There's certain places in the engine I do that. So I've just do this now, and it works well enough for me. Yeah, but I don't use standard library in the project, so I can't use to underlying. So I just don't think it's worth it. I also have another one that acts a lot more like enum class. So this is my enum class. So I've reinvented enum class basically, but I have, this is a macro that just expands, and then I have overloads to decay it to its type. So this is my enum class as well that I can also use. So this one does decay, which is really convenient. So like I can do enum class this. But then the syntax is annoying because I have to do this. Oops. I have to do this. But these are cool because they decay into integers. But then that's not const expr, so oh no, here we go. I guess that is const expr. But yeah. It means that like yeah, that's kind of what I have going on. Like if you look at some of these, look at these definitions. Like here we go. I have an enum namespace, I call it, which is basically exactly what you just said. And that's another one. So this one doesn't act like a class. It acts like a namespace. But what I mean by decay to an integer is like, here, let me show you. Let me show what I mean by that. Because this is interesting, and this is kind of one of these weird C++ quirks. Let me revert this so it compiles, though. Oops. What is happening? Let's make sure this compiles. It doesn't compile. Oh man, this could be a pain. Well, I just explained that I like the concept of, I like the utility of enum class being able to do like, I could have enum class material texture slot, right? I could do this, slots, you know, and then I could have like diffuse in here. I like the utility of this because I can use this thing as a type. So like if I had a function that's like do something, I could pass this slot, right? And then, you know, slot equals. I like that this is a type that I now know exists, because with a raw enum, like it's just an anonymous enum, right? You can still do this, of course, right? Like this works. The thing is, if you have another enum that's like something else, that's like raw, I don't know, something else, you see how this is not, this is erroring because it says diffuse already exists, because it's stealing it from this. Like this is a namespace conflict, and that's really annoying. So the C++ way to solve that is you put this thing in a namespace now. You do like this. Right? So you can do this now, and then this won't conflict. So this is what my enum namespace macro does. It just puts it in a namespace. So that gets me close. The problem is you can't use namespaces as types, right? Because a namespace isn't a type. It's just like part of the name. So that doesn't work. So you have to do like... you have to do like a using after this, I guess. But then you can't do a using with this because now this is a namespace. So it's like a pain in the ass, basically. So I have these little macros that that allow me to have the sort of API I like to work with as my function parameters without, without doing like the C++ enum class, which doesn't work well with integers. So yeah, that's that story. I'm going to keep moving on here. So we have these texture slots. And now I need to update this. So we'll like... Oh, I lost the name. We want the name of this as well. All right, this should compile again in a second. Oh my gosh. I don't want this to compile. There we go. Now it compiles. Okay, so what does a material need to do? We want to allocate a new one of these things. So I guess in my model code, what do we do? Each model has a list of materials. So I guess, this is kind of tough. You can use enums wherever you want. They're basically they're just constants, right? Like an enum, at least like a C enum is basically just a fancy macro, like a fancy constant. It's like a list of constants that increment from 0 by default. And that's like all an enum is. And then C++ added the enum class because it's annoying to have all these namespace conflicts with your enums. So they added the concept of an enum class. And then, yeah, so that's what that is. And then enum classes aren't integers anymore, right? They're like a class, and you have to like add overloads to make them act like integers. But if you just use if you've used enums as integers, you know, which a lot of code does when you write like low-level code, then they're annoying to work with. So I've had to reinvent my equivalent of an enum class without it being a class. Okay, so we create a material, we get the name. So I guess we have to register the material here. I guess maybe at the end we register the material, so we'll loop through all of the materials. Okay, I'm trying to think. Sorry if I'm not coding too much. It's just like I'm thinking about how I want to architect this. Okay, so this concept of material is actually kind of dumb. I guess this comes from here now. So I have like a redefinition of what it means to be a material. So let's make sure we're including that. And then, because we're shadowing what a material is right now, so we want to delete this. And then we add the textures. So we get the diffuse texture and we load that in. We add the material, and then I guess this is now a list of materials, so maybe I shouldn't use a hash map, but I kind of need to. It's like I'm using a hash map here because I'm assuming... what am I assuming? What are my assumptions? That's a great question. Okay, let's have a separate map. So we have a material name to index. This is my map. So this will just map a material name to an index. Yep, that's good advice. All right, so we have this map, and I guess this thing can be static. We'll also have a static list. So we'll clear this thing. So it only initializes for the first time we touch this. Okay, so if it contains the key, I don't know why this is erroring. Oh, here we go. Then we have a duplicate material. Otherwise, we get a reference to one that will insert to our list. Actually, this is a hash map of material IDs. Material name to ID, because we will populate the hash map with this equals materials. So we register a brand new material, and what do we do with it? Call to non-static member function without an object. This should be assets materials dot allocate new. So we just get a reserve a new one, and then we'll get the reference to this thing right away. So we're going to write to it. And then we want to insert this thing into our hash map. So if we stumble upon it later, we know about it. That can be const. Material won't be because we're going to mutate it. And then we can delete that. All right, my cat is on the desk. All right, so now what? My cat is back on the desk. Am I making CS13? Yeah, or CS 1.3. Yeah, basically. Okay, I'm happier with this setup. So then it's our responsibility to fill this thing. Here, so I have to put my cat in the other room for a little bit. I'll be right back. Sorry, I'll get the game running so you guys can see what's happening. Here we go. We'll be getting a little boat here with a little M16. Otherwise, my All right, I am back. Apologies for that. If I don't keep the cat away, he's just gonna keep doing that for an hour, so he will take a little bit of a break. Okay, so materials, fun stuff. I guess the material needs its name, so we're gonna give it a name. What else? What do we give the material? I guess, okay, first we should check that actually generated data correctly. So the output, we should see an entry, where am I? Generated assets. So in the materials, we should see a new thing in here at the bottom, which we don't see. Of course not. Do I need to rebuild? Rebuild. All right, here we go. We have a bunch of stuff at the bottom. I'm actually not sure why we have so many at the bottom. I guess for each model, we have a material trying to generate itself. But the material doesn't have a name, so we need to give it a name. And where did my music go? All right, let's see. Oh, the joy of working on asset management code. Okay, so we need to give this thing a name. So I guess the name would just be the model underscore the material ID, I guess. The material key, maybe. So like material dot name is string, or I guess it is, yeah, string. What's the model name? Do I have a file? Look at the model name without the path attached to it. So we'll append the model name underscore, and we'll just append the key, I guess, for now. That will be the name of the material. Yeah, I mean, that's really the least significant thing to worry about at the current moment. The field of view is literally just a variable I can change. It's like the least hard problem to address. All right, so what do we have in our asset folder? Our output assets directory. Here we go. Now we have, so these materials at the bottom are from the model files. And then if we go to these in the actual binary table, where are our materials? Here they are. So the boat is the only one that actually has a material assigned. So it's texture ID 54, which I guess would be, you know, this one. This is probably number 54. That looks like the 54th one. So yeah, that should work. And I guess we just keep doing that. Now, it would be pretty convenient if this also cached materials for me. It looks vibe coded. All right, let's see. So we get the material name, we load the diffuse texture. And then we need to store that on the model, which I do. So then the model needs to write its materials to the binary file. So wherever I write the meshes, which is here. So let's see. This is actually the materials. And then this needs its own constant. So this writes the materials to the binary file, which will correspond to, in the runtime code, assets. So we should have a model entry. So we have materials already in here, which is convenient. So that corresponds to this list here. So we should fill that out. Which I think it already is doing. Models. Materials. All right, that actually should just work. Yeah, it's not vibe coded at all, actually. If you try to vibe code this, good luck getting the AI to do any of this, because AIs are like AI is actually really stupid. Okay, we have an error. What is the error? The game is running. That's the error. Okay, rebuild. I'm not doing any caching, so every time I rebuild, I need to force the cache clean. All right, we should be getting close to actually having the materials in here now. Let's see. Assets, output, generated, assets, data entry. So in the models, so here are all of our model data entries. This should have a number. This should be something not 0, I think. Because these correspond to this list. So like this should actually be whatever index this is, where this 0 was. So something's not working. We are his LLM. Yeah. Okay. What happened? What happened? So am I not printing, or am I not writing to this? Where do I generate this? File. Dot materials. Dot count. I mean, it's looping through them here. So this part of code here, this little block, is what writes in the generated source file. It writes like these lines. And then this one up here is like what's generating the mesh ID. So it's like looping through and just dumping the mesh IDs into this array. So for some reason, it's not getting the material ID, and I'm not sure why not. Am I not adding it to the list, maybe? Like, I guess here I would need to do... I'm not adding it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. How come it doesn't know what materials is? Struct. Oh, models.material. Okay. Wait, what? Where's model coming from? Oh, okay. I allocate this here. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, actually, what I need, annoyingly, so I need to loop through this at the bottom. So like for material ID. Okay, so this should work. And then now I should see the number in here. Yeah, here we go. So each of these, and you can see these are counting up because like each model has its own material. And then each model could have multiple materials up until a certain number. And maybe I would want to support more than 32, but for now I'm just going to do 32. And then this is where it starts getting cool. Is I guess technically this should be on the mesh, right? Like the mesh should also point to a material. So this is actually in the wrong spot. Like this should be a property of the mesh maybe. But the cool thing is now in the game's runtime, where I was drawing, where is it? I have so many things going on. Runtime, model. Okay, so like I can store on here, model ID, where's model? So this is like my asset entry. So when I initialize this thing, I'll just be like, this dot model. So I'll store this thing locally. And then the cool thing is where I was explicitly binding a texture here, I can delete that. And I can like fetch the texture. So first I have to get the model entry from the model. And then I get the material entry. From, let's get the first element for now. And then from the materials entry, I can get the color texture. And then, yeah, I need to change the draw function. Because I don't need to pass this anymore. And this is where I want the concept of a skin. All right, here we go. This worked. So it still works, which is good. Will I ever learn Vim? Probably not. You can potentially have the same mesh with different materials. Yeah. And the other thing is I can potentially have multiple meshes that reference the same material. So like I don't want to duplicate texture information within my game's runtime. So I would also probably want a system that deduplicates texture files. So if multiple materials reference the same base texture, it's like you want to resolve that to just point to the same thing. But that's an optimization I can do later. The fog effect, yeah, it's kind of nice. It looks cool on this map because it's like a snowy map. Yeah, I think that's a good call. I like the idea of the skinning. So it's, I'm just thinking about my abstraction layers. Can I get a shout out? Hello, here's your shout out. Ender Life X is your shout out. All right, let's see. For loot boxes. We don't see albedo. All right, let's see. What do I do next? Or I guess what should I do next? A lot of stuff. Okay, this is complicated. So I need a material skin concept. So we have a material, and then we'll also have a material skin, right? I've never done Roblox, no. So what is a material skin? It's literally just a list of materials that I could stub in between. So like a material skin is literally just, we'll have this thing have a cache. We'll put this underneath here. Oops. So a skin is just a collection of materials under one thing. And then the models would actually probably have this. Let's do this. And then the idea is the layout of the material skin should be the same between models of different materials, but I can like specify different textures. So like if I just pass a material skin to the draw call, it should like map correctly, and it should just be able to stub in textures depending on the skin. So we will do that as a thing. Perhaps. I don't even know. Maybe we'll get to that in a little bit though. So what else do we need? So we need to also support models with multiple meshes. Because like what this should actually be is like I don't even know. This is complicated. Why do some people hate OOP? Because OOP does not align very nicely with what your hardware does. So if you care about optimization, then object-oriented programming is actually like, it goes against optimization in a lot of cases, just by the data layout. You like fragment your data basically. Okay, so mesh needs a material. So we're gonna add a material to this thing. So we also have a material, to be like a material. Here, we'll have a separate concept. We have materials, and then we have underneath materials, we have another thing. We have a material skin. So basically, let's have two little modules going on here. Maybe I'll just call these things skins. They're a skin? Like, what else am I using the word skin for? Just keeps it simple. You have a material and you have a skin, and a skin just points to other materials. No, I'll call them material skins, just for clarity's sake, I guess. This music's getting intense. All right, and then this thing takes that. All right, cool. Did I forget anything? We can define this up here. All right, let's see. That's my favorite word is all right. All right, all right, all right. So the mesh will include build, assets, material, and we have a material skin ID. Material skin is equal to a null material, so that means it doesn't have material. And then we also give it a skin ID. Cool. Just passing off our whole life to this function. And then we need to print that to here. And then we need to update the runtime asset for this thing. So that we can reference it during the runtime. And then when we allocate a new material, we will need to give it the skin name or the skin index, which is something I don't have yet. So we'll have just a basic one stubbed in. We pass it to that. And then this will be nice because the material skin, the materials will be like separate from the actual models. It's like a separation of concerns type thing. Okay, let's compile. So now we fight compiler errors until we get this thing working again. All right, so allocate new does not like this for some reason. Oh, we need to cache this as well. What's my opinion on Rust? I don't really have an opinion on Rust. I've never used it. Why do I have GameMaker open? I was using the GameMaker. I was using the GameMaker's image sprite editor earlier. Rust is a powerful religion. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really ignorant on Rust, so I don't have strong opinions on it. It claims memory safety, I guess, is like the main thing. Which I guess is fair. I don't know. I think memory safety is kind of a loaded topic. It's like memory can be safe as long as you just like be careful with how you allocate it, you know? It doesn't have to be a hard problem, and people like really overcomplicate how hard memory is. Bazooka shoots bullets, yeah, it does. Okay, so models, create a material. Okay, so this is where it gets complicated. So now we actually need to start parsing the material from. Yeah, that's fair. It's safe until you parse. Forget to init. Yeah, I mean, obviously C++ is dangerous. C is dangerous in that, like, yeah, if you do something stupid, obviously you're going to cause problems. And that's just like how it is. I don't know. I guess I prefer to just manage my own rather than I don't know, rely on the language forcing me into some memory model. And like if like here, let me give an example of how easy it is to catch memory bugs in C++ if you have your things set up correctly. So like let's give an example of where you mess up memory allocation or something. So we'll go into like the runtime, go into the main function, right? Let's just go in init. So like an easy one is like you're off by 1 indexing, right? So like you have an integer array of 10, right? And I try to print, you know, array 10. So this isn't off by 1, right? And this is even telling me, this is warning me. But if you had this as like some runtime thing that doesn't that the thing can't lint, you know, and I run this, it should segfault. Well, maybe it doesn't, because depending on what's in memory at that point, it might be perfectly fine. It's not even printing. Where's my output going? Oh yeah, here it is. So it's just printing random garbage. But if I want to catch this, I can just run the address sanitizer, right? And it will catch that. Here, let me go back. It just shot it to the terminal and then immediately exited. Let me actually go to the output. 1 second. Sorry, it's a bad example. I wasn't prepared for my demo. Right, okay, so the address sanitizer catches these things, right? So if you have a build where you can just run the address sanitizer, you can catch most of these. It's like I can optionally use the address sanitizer when I want to do check my memory safety, right? But I'm not forced to use it all the time, right? Because like if I've thoroughly tested my application, I shouldn't have to pay the cost of doing like memory safety checks. And that's why I like C and C++, because it like allows you to be dumb. But if you're not dumb, then you're all good. So yeah, that's my thought on that. Don't you want your global variable to be thread safe? Okay, so back to the material stuff. So I need to start parsing these from the models themselves. So this is where it gets fun. Where am I? Assets, model, test, boat. Okay, so I need to parse this use MTL line now. And then extract the material name. And this should tell me when I should start doing new... What is this S thing? I don't even know what this S is. What is S in the wavefront OBJ file format? What does S mean? I don't even know. S. Here, let's use some AI. A smoothing group, interesting. A smoothing group. Was that like the lighting smoothing, or is it actually like doing interpolated rendering? That's interesting. Oh, shading, smooth shading. Okay, this is like old fixed function stuff. Damn you, Google. The AI has been infiltrated. It has infiltrated the live stream. The large language model has entered chat. Oh no. Okay. All right. Let's see. We have to parse the use MTL line, and that should also break our model into multiple meshes. But I'm not going to do that yet. I'm not there yet. How many of these do I have? Use MTL. So there's only one of these still. Okay, so let's go build assets, models. So I guess before we parse faces, we need to parse MTL lines, material lines. Ask it to drink water. Okay, let's parse the material line. So let's do some rough parse use MTL. Okay, so we have next try find next key. So we have our object file. Let's see. I guess the start of the file to the end of the file. And then our key is use MTL. So this is our material line. If try find next key. And we'll have a string, material name, and so if we've made it through this, try. Let's see. Here, let's do this here. Is this if and so now we have the material name. So then we should be able to get the key from this. So C32 key equals hash from material name. And then if we have the key, we can get, what was our little hash map called? So here's our list of materials. Or are your eyes, or your eyes are blue? I have blue eyes, yes. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. Yeah, okay, so did I already have a model loader? Yes, but it was very basic, so I'm making it more robust now. And I'm dealing with materials. And like, I'm basically implementing a material system now as like a formal concept within the engine. I have used C-Line before, but not recently, so I don't really know. Okay, so material name to ID. So this gets us what? What was in here? The material ID. which isn't the, this is annoying. Okay, let me think. So this really should be the material. So like material name to skin index. This is what this should actually be. Material name to skin index. Or material. This is like some crazy name. Material name to material skin index. So this will just return us a usize. So like, this is kind of complicated. So we don't add this directly. Where do I add this thing to the materials? Let's see. We have like multiple lists going on here. So we have a list of materials, asset, material ID. And what do I do with this? Material ID. Is that all I do with that? Materials. Where do I go? Like model.materials. That's here. Okay, so after we create the model, we need to actually dump the materials, maybe. Or we need a separate hash map. We need another hash map. All right. We need 2 hash maps. Well, I'll do one here, because we need to prune this, because it's possible for the material file to include materials that we don't actually use, which is really annoying that that's true. So like we need to, but essentially I have 2 things going on here. So the top part here is loading the material file, which is this thing, which contains basically little lists. And there can be multiple of these, right? Like there can be like a ton of these. And then the object file has these lines before the group of faces that say use material, and then it gives you a name. So this thing maps to like here, right? So I have a hash map that, as I'm parsing this file, it's just making sure that I have like a unique entry to these things. I guess maybe I don't need a hash map. Let me think. Okay, so let's think. Let's take a step back. Let's take a step back. What do we need the hash map for here? What do I use this for currently? So I use this to check if we've already seen a material, which I guess maybe isn't an error that we should be responsible to handle. Or we shouldn't be responsible for handling this. So actually, I guess what we can do is we can wait on hashing this. We don't need the hash map up here. Instead, we'd use the hash map down here. So like as we are material to material skin index. So we'll actually keep track of it down here, because basically as we see a material, right, in the object file, you might have multiple faces, multiple submeshes that actually point to the same material. They're just split up into different meshes for some reason. So we want to hash this. So like if basically if we have one of these, I guess this is kind of what I'm looking at right now. So like if we have one of these, so if this thing contains the key, then we know that the current skin ID, I can't call this skin index. This should be Just a U32, I guess. A U size, maybe. I guess a U32, it's never going to be larger than that. So this is just, we'll get the key from this. We'll just get, we'll get that. And then this is a U32, U32. So that should return us an unsigned int, which is correct. Because my hash map isn't just a contains, it's actually a map. Okay, so if we have this, then this is the end of our loop, or our check, because we just know what it is. Otherwise, we have to register this thing as a new material entry for the mesh. Okay, so we actually need this material skin thing. Skin ID equals all right, we need to plumb some more stuff through. This gets really complicated. So we have materials. I should really just call these skins, but for now. So we have a material skin, which is a collection of materials. Why are they static? It's because I only want to initialize them one time. So I'm basically lazy initializing, and then I reuse them. Because otherwise, every time this function's entered, it would allocate a new list, which is not very efficient, because then you're calling malloc many times, rather than just clearing the point, like clearing the offset thing. Basically, like, there's two things. I have a list integer, right? List. If I do list.init, right? This thing is calling malloc, basically, and then doing a memset. And in my build tool, I just have RAII, so the constructor calls init here. So it's doing that. If I make this static, this thing, the constructor only gets called once. And then if I do list.clear, all list.clear does is it resets the pointer, basically. So it's actually faster because I'm not allocating memory anymore. I'm just resetting an internal offset into where I'm like inserting into my data structure. So that's why I do that. It's just like a pattern I use. And I only do this sort of lazy memory management within my build tool. Because in my build tool, I don't care that much about memory usage per se. Yeah, if I multi-thread this, then that becomes a problem because yeah, then multiple threads want this. You could, is there like a thread local static? I think. What's it? Thread local static? I think that should work. But then yeah, if you want to combine the outputs later, that's kind of a pain in the ass. Okay, so skin is materials skins dot allocate new. Let's create a new one of these. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna multi-thread my build tool probably because it's already pretty quick. Maybe in the future though, but I'll worry about that later. Okay, so let me think. This is actually really So the material skin is actually what I store on the model. So wherever I have this should be model. Or actually, I don't even store the material skin, I guess. Because that would be up to me. Explains so well. Yeah, something like that. Sorry, this code is crazy at the moment. It's because I really should separate out this material parsing stuff into the material module. It shouldn't be in the model. Yeah, the models get... So yeah, basically I do all of the OBJ loading at build time. And then I'm converting them into just a binary format, which corresponds to my vertex buffer format at the moment. So like I just write a big blob of binary like vertex data. But then I also am storing extra information for the materials. And that's what I'm dealing with right now, because it's one thing to have vertex buffers, which is what I already had. But now I need to deal with the material stuff. And the materials are kind of complicated because there's a lot of ways you can use a material. Yeah, so that's basically what I do. In my build tool, so on the right side here in the compile, in the terminal, all this like debug output stuff is the build tool running. And it handles like caching builds as well. So that's going to be another layer I'm going to have to deal with here in a bit. But basically, like when I modify an asset file, it detects that I've modified it, and it tries to only do work that it has to, basically. So I'm not doing like a full rebuild of everything every time I run. It only builds what needs to be built. But it's kind of tricky because ultimately I stitch it into a single binary file. So if I go to the output of this project, in the output folder, let me show as extra large icons. So I have my games executable over here. And then this .binary is like just all the... This is the output of my build tool, basically, are these two files. And then there's also some generated C++ code that gets made by the build tool as well. So this stuff gets compiled into my executable as well. And this stuff contains like tables for the asset data. So it like generates all these tables for me. And I use these as like lookup tables into my binary file. I might refactor this though to actually load these tables from the file as well. So I'm like completely separated. But I like having the enums for my asset types. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that yet. Yeah, it's stored in a file next to the binary. Yeah, that's a good point with the keeping it on the stack too. It's like the small string optimizations that the standard library does, where you have like a stack allocated string until you exceed the max limit for whatever that is. That's something I should do in the future, but I haven't done that yet. Yeah. Okay, so anyway. Sorry, this stuff gets confusing. So I'm sorting models. I generate a list of, let's see, models. So I parse an object file. I get a list of materials. Actually, I do need this map. Oh man, that's annoying. Sounds like a nightmare for art iteration. Which part? Because like I demonstrated this earlier. Well, now I'm gonna have link errors. What is happening? Here, let me clean this up for a second. Let me get rid of this. Yes, I do all of that at build time. Basically, everything is done ahead of time. And I'm going to demonstrate that. I just have to fix the compile errors here, because this is a good thing to show off. Because otherwise, I'm just here. What happened? Where am I referencing this? I shouldn't be doing anything in there. Sorry, let me fix this. Hey, welcome back. Okay, yeah, I can demonstrate this. Okay, so basically, and let me demonstrate this through the terminal, just because it's easier to see the output. So if I like clear, what's the, there it is, that's the clear function. So ultimately, my build pipeline is driven by a batch script. So I have this boot.batch script, and I pass it like a project name. So this one is called GA1, which is the name of the game I'm working on. So if I just run this, it's going to kick off the compiler. And like, here we go. Here's the game. It just compiled, right? And the material is broken because I messed stuff up. But besides that, so what did that do? So this kicked off. The first thing it did was it compiled this line up here. It's compiling the build tool, which is basically this directory here, this source build. So this is the build tool. Let me get back to this. So what does the build tool do? What does the build tool do? It runs, it gathers all the asset types. Actually, let me do this as verbose output. Let me clean. Okay, so here we go. I have a more verbose output version. So basically, all this does is it globs basically the project directory. It searches for all of my asset types. So it searches like I have some object types, which are like the game's entity system. There's shader files, all the asset types. So there's like, in this project, I guess there's like 6 sprites, 40 materials, 9 models, it's globbing all of those. So again, in my project, this is like the assets directory, or I guess this one up here. There's like all my textures, it's looking for all of these asset types. And then it does that, but it doesn't actually do anything to them yet when it gathers them. So the first thing it does is it checks the cache. So it checks if any of these asset types have changed between builds. And in this case, I did a clean build, so everything is dirty. So it does that, and it checks the cache. And then since everything was dirty, it goes through and it actually starts processing all of these assets. So you can see here, it's like parsing my object files. It's compiling my shader files. Here it's like just doing a lot of processing. Like the texture stuff is like generating maps and all of that stuff. It's like doing stuff with fonts. And then it writes to the binary file. So this is that binary file I showed earlier next to the executable. And then after it does all of that, it compiles the actual game runtime executable. And then it launches the game. So the thing is, if I run this again, if I just do the tool again, you can see the next time, well, actually, I must have touched something. Let me try this one more time. Oh, let me get rid of the clean flag, my bad. If I run this again, it's going to be a lot faster because nothing changed between compiles, right? Like if I just keep running this. Only the first time is it slow. But it's intelligent in that it doesn't rebuild everything. It only rebuilds stuff that changes. So if I go into the shader, like just an arbitrary shader, let me go to the actual source of the shader. And I just add some code here to change the color. And then I just run the script again. See, now I'm seeing red because I changed the shader. You can see it detected that the shader files were dirty, which means that the binary file is also dirty. But the rest of the stuff was clean. None of the other assets had to change. So it's only rebuilding the shaders. And then it just rebuilds the new binary from the previous one. It wouldn't write 40 gigabytes because it reuses the previous build. And yeah, it's a couple of factors. Like the easiest is to just use the file time and the file size. But you also have to account for other things like the file count. There are certain assets that depend on other assets. So like there's kind of a tree sort of branching thing where like if any of the nodes on the tree change, then the entire tree is dirty, because like if you have a chain of dependency, then you need to deal with the dependency chain. So like the textures are kind of like that. So yeah, it's a kind of an intense build system. But yeah, so like the models are going to be a part of this, which is going to be fun to work on. Because models are kind of complicated in that they point to other textures as well with this material system. So yeah, that's something I'll have to deal with. But yeah, so the iteration's really fast because it only updates stuff that changes. So you're not spending all your time rebuilding assets if they haven't changed. So that's yeah, how that works. Yeah, it will have to do that, yes. If you don't modify anything, it won't even touch the binary file though. Well, that's a good compliment. Yeah. I'll say it works. It's very specific to my game though. Like this game engine is very tightly coupled with itself. So it's like it's not a general purpose system by any means. There's like a lot of logic in here to do caching. But ultimately the cache system just works by generating a key like from the file time, I'll just generate like a key using like a hash function. And I'll store the keys in some lookup table that gets stored as like my cache file. And then on the next build, it'll just generate this, data structure of keys and then compare if they change or not. And then through that system, it detects what code it needs to run. And it's very like kind of organic in that way. No, it's all basically on my own. So it's been it hasn't been a small project. It's been a lot of work. And yes, it would be possible to compress it. All right, so back to the material stuff. I need to stub in these functions. This is a pain in the ass, actually. So let me just copy all these functions quickly. So I need all of these. Just so I can get the compile to work again. Yeah, it's multiple platform to be this cracked. Yeah, so it's Mac, Linux, and Windows. And surprisingly, the multi-platform aspect was the least difficult part of this engine. Because thankfully, they're all pretty similar, all the operating systems. There's only a few places you have to worry about the cross-platform code. The vast majority of this is actually doesn't need to worry about the cross-platform aspect at all, which is nice. I'm trying to keep the platform-specific stuff as isolated as possible, so it doesn't permeate its way through the code base. It's wrapped by STL. Use system APIs? Yes, I do. And the full source is in the description if you want to take a look how that works. All the platform specific stuff is in this source, Manta backend module. So like if you go source Manta backend in like window, you'll see all the platform specific window handling code. And then just depending on which operating system I'm compiling for, it just chooses whether this translation unit gets linked or this one or like the X11 one. So there's like, yeah, it's just directly stubbed in. Yeah, multiple render APIs is definitely difficult. The render API stuff works in a similar way, though. So I have DirectX 11, Metal, and OpenGL fully built, fully supported. But it's a lot of code, so like each of these is like thousands of lines of code. So yeah, that's fun. It's interesting how close these are actually to each other. It just goes to show how in each API you're basically doing the same amount of work. It's like each of these are exactly the same length, which is kind of funny. It's been about 2 years for this specific engine, this code base, 2 years. I had engines before this, so this is an evolution of things in the past. And I've taken the good stuff and I've like rewritten the bad stuff, basically. But prior to this engine, I had like game-specific engines. So I would like create a game, but the engine would be the game, right? So there wasn't like a separation between the engine and games. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of how that works. All right, let's get to the model material stuff. And like a lot of this, again, isn't even... A lot of this isn't even the game engine code. This is like the build system code. Like the build system is actually a surprisingly large part of the code base. Or I guess not surprising because it's kind of fundamental to how like you actually do stuff with data. But it's a lot of code just to like do basic stuff. Okay, so we need to have this basically. Just gonna kind of copy code over here. Skins. So I just need to like stub in a lot of this. Material. I'm just going to call these skins. This will just be a fundamental concept of my engine. Because I think a skin can be used for a lot of things. It's basically just like a set of indices into something else. That's what a skin is. So I'm going to have a concept of a skin. And break this into a separate implementation. So I'm adding a lot of new stuff here. Skins. Oops. Skins. Here we go. So anywhere where I wrote material skin, we can just change this to be skin. That way I don't have like material being mentioned a million times. Skins. I just need to go through and do this a million times. Skin, all right. And then this becomes just, let's see. Slots? I don't know. A skin is just a bunch of slots that point to other things. Yeah, we'll put that at the bottom. So I guess through these streams, you can kind of see how I, yeah. I guess through these streams, you can see how I kind of just do programming. I'm very all over the place with how I kind of write code. I start with one place and I kind of hone in on what I want to do, I guess. It's like a heat-seeking missile. All right, so we want to basically delete all of that. Anywhere I say material skin, let's do this whole exercise over again. Skins. But the cool thing about skin is it'll be a reusable concept between other things if I want it to be. So that's nice. Okay, do I use material anywhere still? Probably. So all of my types are also baked in. So I don't have a concept of like, all of my types are known at compile time, basically. So you can see in the generated, that's a good question, because this is actually something I might change, and I'm just not sure what I want to do yet. But right now I just generate, so I have this basically generated header file, which has an enum, basically a list of every asset type by name, right? And I use these IDs to look up into the tables. This is something I probably want to change though, because you might have like asset types that you don't know about before you start running the game, right? Like there might be like dynamically loaded binary files or something. So in that case, you probably would want some efficient hashing function in order to get the IDs from the name as a string or something. But right now I just generate a table and I just compile this into my code. So that way, like if I'm rendering it, like if I'm just using a texture, let me go to code where I kind of actually use this stuff. So like when I draw, I don't know, like here we go. Here's code where I'm like drawing a player model. You can see like I just have access to this texture array, and this is just my texture name, texture character. Yeah. Okay. It's because with my games, I just know every asset type at compile time, because I don't like support modding or anything. So it doesn't really matter, I guess, if it's compiled in. But if I ever want to add mod support, then maybe I don't want to have hard-coded stuff like that in the actual in the game. I don't know. The cool thing is, like, if I ever want to change this, I can just change it. It's not that deep. It's just not that deep. That's the cool thing about code, is you can always just change it. If it's not good, you just change it. Don't be afraid to change stuff. I change stuff all the time, you know? And that's what's cool about data-oriented development, is like, ultimately, I'm just working with data, right? Yeah, that's true. Like, ultimately, I'm just working with data, right? So it's just like, how do I interpret the data? I don't know if I can do that on the stream right now. It's a lot to talk about. Okay, so I need to steal some code from the model section. basically need this. Yeah, I'm just gonna steal this whole part. This is not required. Do I print the name? Where do I do that? I think that's everything. Why is there a data too? Yeah, I mean, I also released the whole source code on the GitHub, so I guess that's my mod support is I have the whole source code available in the GitHub. Yeah, I can tell you that. That's an interesting question, Faye. Let's see. So basically, if you want, okay, this is for anyone watching. I should timestamp this, and then I'll post this as a video because this is an interesting thing. Okay, so basically, you're talking about how I have the font up here, you know, across the whole UI. So I actually have a batch script that I run that does this. But if I look at what this is, so basically you have to do a bit of a hack because VS Code doesn't let you modify this on your own. But there's this workbench.desktop.main.css file that's like part of the VS Code install, just like files. So if you navigate here and like open this file, this is like some huge ugly file. But basically, if you go in that file, and you replace all instances of this, however you pronounce this word, this font name with, in my case, I'm using the font Iosevka up here. If you just replace, like do a find all, search and replace with this font to this font and then save, the next time you launch VS Code, you'll have the UI, you'll have the font across the entire UI. Unfortunately, this breaks every time VS Code updates. So I just turned this into a batch script. So like I can just run this thing, you know, and it'll just update that file for me, and then I'm all good to go. So that's how you do that. But yeah, here's like the path to that if this is your install location. But yeah, VS Code doesn't let you do that by default. You kind of have to like hack your files. Because that's, I don't know, I like programming, so that's why I'm not using Unity or Unreal. Okay, so back to this. Why is that erroring now? I don't need textures here. What else? I don't need std image. Don't need textures. Where does cache ID come from? Okay. Tell me why we talking about games C++. I don't know what that question is. What is this? Did I destroy this file? Let's delete all of this. And we can delete all of this. What is your big dream? I'm just programming for fun. I don't have any big dreams right now. Okay, now back to this. We need to turn this skins.build. We'll do this afterwards. Skins. And then we'll add skins here. All right. And it's gonna hate me. Yes, I'm employed. And no, this is not my full-time job. I work a full-time job during the week. And I am using Linux. I'm just not using it right now. Clickbait video. You see many include directories that represent libraries. I don't even know what that means. How do you think C++ works? You obviously have to include stuff. I literally write my own wrappers around C header libraries to improve my compile times. How is that clickbait? Like, I'm not even using stdlib directly. I'm like using my own implementation of it. It's crazy. Or I guess not my own implementation, but my own like trimmed version of it. Yeah, interesting. Include C++ HPP. If someone can show me the library, then that'd be great. No, it's fine. I don't even care. Is it still hard programming or not? I mean, it's hard programming. This is a tough problem I'm working on right now. I haven't like made meaningful progress in the last 2 hours, so I've already been going for 4 hours. What? That's crazy. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm getting close. It's just like I need to keep taking steps back because this is complicated. All right, so every model will load and then it will create a skin, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm about to get back to work. Don't worry. Okay. Rewrite it in Rust, please. Yes, I'll rewrite it in Rust ASAP. I'll come back in 3 years. Okay. So basically, what am I doing? Every time, let's see. Sorry, I'm just thinking, what is a skin? What is a skin? Okay, so we load object file. I guess I need a helper function on here, basically on the skin, right? I suppose this could actually be a list. I'll do these of usize as well, because I don't know what skin will be used for. But this is just slots is this. And then I'll turn this into a class. Because every time I add member functions, I like this to be a class. So we'll be like add slot, I don't know. We'll just add. We'll have a function that adds, and it will return the slot ID. Maybe, I don't know. Or maybe it doesn't add anything. Maybe it doesn't do anything. It just adds, so we'll have like a key. Or maybe this should be a hash map. This should be a hash map. So we have a hash map between key and slots. This is what this will be. So we add based on the key, and then our value will just be an index. Value, key value. So our skin is just a collection of basically usize integers, which could represent something. And then we'll have a helper on here. We'll have a get function. And then that will return that. perhaps. And these are just wrappers around the hash map, but you'll see why I'm doing this in a second. So So right now it's just a direct pass through, but that will change. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But this thing will just be in charge of storing what the skin contains. Or actually, maybe the skin doesn't contain a hash map. Here, well, let's revert this. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not prematurely optimize. So we'll go back to this thing being an array. All right. Let's make sure I'm writing usize in here as well. Okay, that should be fine. Holy YouTube algorithm. Also, he is using WASM. I'm not using WebAssembly yet. Yeah, it doesn't support Vulkan yet fully either. I have up to the device initialization. So we're getting there. Okay, so we create a skin, and our skin will be determined by the actual .obj file. That's how I'm going to do this. Okay, so let's do this. Let's write some code. So basically, our let's see. Where do I initialize the model? We have a model, and then the model.skin. Yeah, okay. We'll have the skin on here. That's what we'll do. So we're going to remove these. So we'll just have this skin ID, skin. So the model will have like a skin and then a mesh and then a skin. And the skin is just like a way of interpreting a material thing, I guess. It's because Vulkan is cool, but it's not necessary to like do most of the other things. And like there's a lot more to game engine than just graphics, right? The game engines have a lot more going on. So I want to work on that stuff too. That's why I'm doing this. Oh, that's right. No, a model won't even have a skin. Oh, man, this is so annoying. What is a skin? This is actually so complicated. What is a skin? What do I need to store? On my mesh, I'm storing an index into something. And a skin is just a table. A skin is just a table of materials. Right? Maybe let's just do this. So a skin will include material. I'm coding in circles here, but I'm I just need to take a step back and think about what am I actually storing. So we just have a bunch of material IDs, right? So we have like a bunch of materials. And then this writes here, materials. And then we'll have on this thing, so this will be a class. After all, I was getting close before. And I'll make this a list again. So it's just this, because I have a helper function to just add to a list. So it'll be like void, or we'll have a new type here as well. Or no, let's do this. Add material. So we have a material ID, right? And all that does is just add it to the list. We'll do some error checking. Okay, so. All right, so that's what a skin is. It's just a collection of materials. All right, cool. And then every time we create a model, so we need to store the materials in a hash map up here. So I was correct earlier with my hash map thing I was doing. So let's see. So we just do this, we'll clear it, static, and then when we see a new material, we, I guess we can error check. So I'm kind of writing, I already did this earlier, but we're gonna bring back my error checking code. Error if. What is this? What's the model name? All right, so if the hash map contains it, otherwise we need to add it. And the key is the name, and then the value is the material ID. And then we use this thing down here. So when we create a new a new model, I guess we just need to allocate a skin. Okay, so we have two hash maps. We have a hash map that contains the material ID, I guess. Or maybe it's to skin ID. Material name to skin ID. And then this thing is just a U32 again. Oops. So the first thing we do is we need to create a skin here. So we have a skin ID. I guess we can just immediately bypass this. Skin equals. So then you basically add the skin. We registered the skin based on the material ID, which returns the U32. So this is the index into the skin table for this material. And then this skin ID thing is what we will retrieve later when we actually parse the object file. So like here, what I'm doing, what is this? We can delete this. So if material to skin ID that contains key, then this is that. Otherwise, we need to, I guess if it doesn't contain the key, then that's an error. So I guess we can error out first. Sorry if I'm not reading chat. I'm in the zone at the moment. I'm trying to make progress. Model name. And then we have the material name. All right. And then I guess this would be on the mesh. So where's the mesh? Material skin index. So we need this up here as well. So then we pass that along to that. We can delete this. Am I using textures anywhere? Delete that. This is not necessary. This is unnecessary. And then in assets, we need to add a new type after model for skin. All right. This should work great. And then we need to do one in here, a little getter function. Okay, so skin. Where do I generate this? Am I generating this for skins? All right, let's just watch this not compile at all. Okay, and then we fix the errors. All right, so we need a skin. This is actually a U32 skin index. And then allocate new. We'll do skin slot index is what this will be called, because that's the index into the skin's slots. Cool. And then did these errors clear up? Okay, interesting. We have an out of bounds indexing. All right, let's see. What's next? What is this error? Where is it getting stuck, I guess is the question. The question of the hour. Where is it getting stuck? I guess I'm not initializing anything in skins, so that's probably where it's getting stuck. So let me just steal some initialize code. Because we're not allocating anything, so we need to do that. Where do I allocate new? Process doesn't do anything. Skins don't really gather, I guess. Maybe they do. I don't know. Oops. Okay. List at 0 out of bounds 0 0. Where is it trying to index an array? Models spelled incorrectly. I need to fix that. Okay, so it's failing at the skin building. Interesting. Skins dot build. Where am I? Which overlay? Here, I'm gonna step away for a second. Let me see if I can get the game to run. I think it's broken. Let me play it. Let me put a different game up while I'm AFK. All right, I'm back. Okay, the answer to the question, I did make the overlay myself. I didn't program anything for it. It's just like an OBS thing, you know. I just have some sprites. All right, let's see. This is some crazy music going on. Is this copyright? Nah, we should be good. Okay, what's going wrong here? Indexing. What was the error? I don't remember. So the error was we are trying to index an array out of bounds. Interesting. And I'm getting some garbage call stack. Let me try with LLVM. I don't even get a call stack. Oops. No call stack. Great. Oh, wait, here we go. Skins build. Here we go. Doesn't tell me what line though, unfortunately. But we're in the right spot, so why would this be empty? Skin in skins. Is that really an error? Skin. I thought this would early out if it doesn't have anything. Is it this? Yeah, it's this that's erroring. Okay, that makes sense. Because I never changed this back. Okay, let's go to the model code and just steal the model code. It's not liking this line here. All right, let's see. Where should this go? Yeah, that would be cool if I did the globe like that. Okay. I want to get back to a point where the game's compiling. All right, what's the issue now? We've got some garbage in our generated header file. So what is that problem? Okay, so we have skins, they just don't have names. So I need to give these names. What should I name these? Let's see. I need to name this something. I'm just gonna give it the model name. No, I've gathered most of them just randomly throughout the internet. Okay, so now we are a little closer. Different error. Interesting. What is all of this garbage? Oh, I see. We're actually getting a game runtime error now, which is great. So models will have just meshes, which means we're unfortunately reverting back to having to undo this code from earlier. But in a second, let's see what the asset entry file had. In theory, each mesh should now have, so let's see. Each mesh should now have an index into something. I think it's this last number should be the index. I'm not sure why these guys have values and these don't. Is that the Soding? Is that the man himself? That'd be crazy if so. The man, the myth, the legend. All right, let's see. Okay, so now in theory, I think I can go to... Is that the man, the myth, the legend himself? That would be insane. Huge poll. All right, let's see. So what do I get this from? Let's go back to just doing the texture for now, because we're not done yet. This should compile finally. All right, we're back. We're so back. All right. It's hard to know if this is actually working or not, but I think it is now. I need more data. I need more data. Skeleton has nothing. So what are we looking at? Where's the skins? Yeah, here we go. Here's our skins. So we have skins for these now. And then the skins should have a list of things on them. A skin entry. Where the first entry in this index is the material ID. So now if I route this back to use, let's see. Where am I? Level, scene, player, model. Okay, so now I can do this instead. So instead of getting, well, I have like three, I have 3 layers of indirection here now. So now I need to get the mesh entry, assets, mesh, model.mesh, model entry. Again, we still have only 1 mesh per model to do. But then from the mesh entry, we have to get the skin entry. So we're just like daisy chaining different data types here now. Because from this, we can get the skin. I guess we have to pass the skin into here maybe. Shoot. Okay, so we need to take in another thing. We need to take in a skin. A skin comes in here. So we actually have the skin. We need to get that. And then from this, we can get the material entry finally. Or I guess we can get the... Yeah, we can get the material entry. By getting the skin slot, which I need to rename. Let me rename this quickly. Oh no, uh-oh. Okay, so I need to add this to the function params. And then when we render this thing, scene, where do I draw this? Boat. Here, so now we can do skin, mesh boat, model boat. There we go, that's our skin. And I think this should work. We should see the boat texture again. There it is, there's the boat texture. Layers of indirection. This music's really loud for my ears. Wow, this is really laggy. What? Why am I lagging so much? What is happening? Oh, it's because I'm running the address sanitizer. That's right. I'm like, why am I lagging so much? Here we go. Unfortunately, we're not actually done yet. There's still a lot more to do. But that gets us the general framework. So basically when we render something, we'll initialize it with the model, and then when we render it, we give it a skin. And this just tells us what textures to actually reference. So the next part here is I need to do some cleanup because this is pretty ugly. Material name to skin ID. Like this should actually be on the skin probably. But the next step is we need to parse. The address sanitizer is just basically a flag. It's like a tool that you can, I don't even know the terminology for what it is. Basically you can compile your executable to do some like memory testing. It like compiles in a bunch of memory sanitization testing stuff within your code, so it can catch like errors with how you're handling memory, basically. Like for example, I did a little example of how the address sanitizer works a second ago, but I can do it again briefly because it's easy to demonstrate. So like say a classic error in programming is you have like off by one things. So you have like an array and then you try to like print, you know, the index 10, right? And this is an off by one error because like the array is 10 elements, but you index 0 index, so it should be 9. But this is an easy mistake. So like if I run this now, it will just run and like print whatever happened to be out of memory at that location up here on the left. And like every time I run, this will be a different value because it's like technically undefined behavior what's happening. So these are like little bugs that can just bite you in the ass if you're not being careful. I know, I should. But with the address sanitizer, if I run, it will catch this. Oops, yeah, I can remember I do this. Let me open up a terminal here. So if I run this with the address sanitizer, it'll like catch this and tell me about it whenever this finishes. It's taking its sweet time. Oh, it just immediately closed. I don't know why I can't demonstrate that right now. But whatever, it catches this for you and it'll give you an output in the terminal. But I'm getting back to the stream. Don't clip that. That wasn't a good demonstration. I did it earlier in the stream. We'll clip that version. All right, so let's see. I guess the next step is we need to support multiple meshes in a single model. So let's get that version working. Jarvis, clip that. Am I making Doom? Yeah, I'm basically making Doom. Okay, so we need a model. I did this earlier and I never downloaded one. Let's just find the first one that looks good. Is there like an airplane or something I can download? Low poly. OBJ. I just need a model that has multiple materials and multiple meshes. So like which one of these looks like that would be true? This one maybe? Christmas bell? No, probably not. Yeah, that's fine. You can mute the stream. We need to download RAM. Does the F-18F Super Hornet have multiple models and materials? I think it does. Yeah, this should work. This should work. Be careful with AI slop. Yeah, it's true. All right, we have to wait for this to download, but then we'll have this model. So we need to support multiple meshes within the model, which I'm not currently doing. It looks to be 2200 triangles. Not SIMD, but yes, I'm working on the parsers myself. Okay, so we have the object. the material and the textures. So let's see. Cindy's nuts. I just have a drive called dev or a folder called dev. Are these my textures? Here we go. What do these files look like? Hopefully these things actually have multiple meshes. I just need a good test model. How many materials? All right, sick. There's at least 3. Why does only one of them have a texture though? I don't know. Here, we need another texture in here. We need one for the glass. Let's go find a glass texture. You know, I'll just make one in Paint. Preferences, properties. This will be my glass texture. All right, good enough. An artist was born. I'm adding a jet because I'm testing the model loading code. And this is just a model. I just need something to test. I don't know. I don't have anything to test with. All right, so we have a diffuse, and then I guess this guy can be glass.png. And hopefully these are actually used in here. Canopy glass. Wait. There is no canopy glass material. Use material default. Why is use MTL used like 1 billion times? My engine is already, yeah, it is mature enough to make a game. Like I have a proper game I'm working on. This is just like a fun project. Oh shoot. Let's see what happened. Hopefully I didn't break the compile. Yeah, so this is like the actual game I'm working on. My Terraria clone game. So this game has more going on. It's like a much more complicated project. But I'm making the first-person shooter game just to like work on some of the 3D stuff and the networking stuff. I'm not too close. GTA 7. They'll be made by AI. Yeah. All right. So. Okay. Back to the model. This model sucks. Let me see if Blender can fix this. Import OBJ. This is what the model looks like. And we'll re-export this. Oops. Yeah, triangulate. Yeah, here we go. See, it combined it for me, which is awesome. Blender for the win. bad bosses. Okay, now the question is, are the faces always at the bottom of the file? They're not. So if I try to load this, I think it will just fail catastrophically. Oops, I'm playing the wrong game. Actually, that didn't fail catastrophically. Interesting. I actually thought that would not work at all. Let me try rendering that model now. Whoa. Okay, the UV coordinates are completely busted. But it actually doesn't look horrible. Like, the model loads fine. Should I add pilotable jet airplanes? That'd be kind of sick. I thought the model was going to be completely busted, but that actually looks fine. That's surprising. Because I'm not splitting the different meshes yet. It clearly has the wrong texture. It's using the boat texture currently, which is interesting. I don't think it should be using that, but the VS Code buttons, that's a plugin I wrote for my engine. Interesting. So why are the textures wrong? It should have at least grabbed one of the jet textures. It like failed in a way I wasn't expecting it to fail. Okay. It's only grabbing the glass. Interesting. So it at least grabbed one of the textures, it just didn't get the other one. Yeah, it's giving a null texture for that. Interesting. The glass is the first one, so it just failed to get the diffuse texture for the paint. But I grabbed it here. I found all three of them. Glass to paint, diffuse. But even still, that was the wrong data. But it created 4 of these, and then 42 Material entry 54, 55. Okay. What is wrong? Yeah, I can do a quick demo. So right now specifically, I'm working on like my build pipeline asset management. So I'm loading in model files at the moment. And I've been working for like the last 5 hours on the material system. So obviously the graphics in this project look really simple. But yeah, the whole engine's written from scratch basically. So like there's just a lot that needs to be done in order to actually like load models and deal with materials. And then once I can do that, I can start making the graphics a little prettier. But I need to work towards that. So here's like a jet model, which I've just loaded in, but the textures are all broken. So I need to figure out what's wrong with that. But this is like the specific game I'm working on at the moment. But I'm also working on the engine code. And the engine's like a separate project from the games, of course, because there's a separation there. So I have other games that like do work and look fine. So like here's another little game. Well, not a game, this is just a tech demo of some of the rendering tech. This is like drawing a globe. I have my Terraria clone game, which is kind of fun. Which I can get running. So here's my like other, this is my more serious project. It's my little Terraria clone. And I have like liquid water physics and stuff in this one, which is fun. Change the time, you know. So basically the engine drives all of these games, of course. And I'm working on just 3D stuff currently, so that's why I'm working in this little first-person shooter game. Because I want to keep developing the engine and its capabilities. So it can do 2D stuff pretty good, but the 3D stuff's a bit limited, so I'm working towards that stuff. And no, I work part-time, so I only do like... I only work basically in the evenings and on the weekends. Because I have a full-time job, so I do programming for a living, but not this. This is just for fun. But yeah, I have this bug with my asset system at the moment. And I'm not quite sure what happened, but I'm not getting any texture entries. So it's failing to create this material, basically. So when I create a material entry, what is the problem? I'm like parsing incorrectly, maybe. And yeah, the good call out. So I have the full source in the GitHub in the description. So if you guys want to browse it and build it or do whatever you want with it, go ahead. Doesn't matter. It's all cool with me. Well, I add redstone like, maybe. That could be fun. Something like some way of doing computation could be cool. Like a Turing complete system would be kind of neat. Yeah, and today is really not the most interesting stream content. Because I'm just working on like build system code and like moving data around, which isn't maybe the most thrilling. But yeah, it's all kind of working towards the goal of getting this stuff in. So this is failing. Material add. So this allocate from file is failing, I think. So is it not finding these? I just need to see where this is getting tripped up. Yeah, okay, so it is finding the paint texture because that clearly works. Does it not like the JPEG, maybe? Well, no, because it does PNG just fine. Here, let me turn this into a PNG. Maybe it's not loading the JPEG correctly. I don't remember if it can load JPEG files. That would be annoying if it doesn't. No, it's still failing. Interesting. Why would that fail? See, the 65535 is like my failure value, my null value. So that's interesting that that's failing to do that. Why is that failing? It grabs the name just fine. Let me print the value of this just to be completely sure that's actually the problem. Yeah, that's failing. Interesting. Why is that failing? So if it returns, if it can't find the file, then it fails. But it's definitely there. F18, diffuse. Did I get the path incorrect, maybe? No, that looks right. It's failing to load the... Oh, it's failing to load the paint file. Oh, no, that's the one. Interesting. Imagine building a computer. Yeah, it's true. That'd be cool. All right. Why would that fail? What could possibly cause that to fail? I can't debug. I can't attach the debugger to this tool in a very easy way. So I'm just like printf debugging for now. Apologies for the printf debugging, but it's going to have to happen. So where do I return? I return in these two failure cases. And then also if I've seen it. A, B, C. Which code path is it failing on? It fails on C. So yeah, it can't read the file. Interesting. Well, that's weird. Is it too big? What's the size of this? 2048 by 2048. That should be fine. Interesting. What if I turn this to glass? Does that load? See, that one loads. Or no, that one failed too. But that one failed because it exists already. So that one's fine. Super bizarre, super bizarre. I am actually stumped. I don't know why that's failing. Why does the other one work fine, but that one fails? That's so weird. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Is it because it's open? Is it open in this? Interesting. I don't know what's happening. I've never had an image not just not load. It's like hitting some system level thing or something. This one loads fine. It's in the same directory. Here, let me create just a brand new texture for this. Maybe there's some weird thing going on. The jet will be red. I don't think it should be capitalization. Okay, so that texture loaded. I could try capitalization. I don't think it should matter though. It must be some weird file format. Am I missing the alpha channel maybe? Yeah, let's see. Let's open that back up. Maybe I'm like not exporting with alpha channel, perhaps. How do you, as a PNG? You know what, let me open it in GameMaker. This is the next level strategy is to open it up in the GameMaker sprite editor. It's either too large or like corrupt. I don't know. I don't know which one it is. See, now it loads just fine. That's so weird. I'm looking over here. The fact that I'm getting a number now means it's working, which is interesting to say the least. It still doesn't explain why I'm not getting the right skin when I render it. But let me see what's happening with that now. So model F18. Oh, I'm not even using this. This should be that. There we go. That's looking better. I assume these are the colors it's supposed to have. Looks right. You get like the exhaust. It's upside down up there. It's like backwards. Maybe this isn't correct. It's hard to tell. Kind of seems right. It's just like upside down in some areas. It's also like a cheap model, so who knows. All right, so now we need to actually split these models up. So we're gonna do the next part. It's hard to tell if that's just how the model came though. Let me take a look at the source for this thing. Like, let me load this in Blender. Oops, didn't do that. And let's see what it looks like in Blender. Because it could just be that the... Wow, why is this taking so long? What is this bloat software? What is taking so long? Yeah, it's backwards in here too. Oh wait, no it's not. Fear the bones. Fear the bones. Interesting. Yeah, it's like backwards. 103. 301. Navy. I don't know how it could even do that though. How is that possible for it to like look correct but be flipped? Like the rest of it looks right. Like if you look at the way the stripe heads towards, you know, the front, it's like if the model were completely wrong, I wouldn't expect that to line up, you know? Like if it were completely flipped, I would expect like the whole UV to just be busted. Like the missile looks correct. That's really weird. I don't know what's going on. And like the skull and crossbones is in the right spot. You see that? So that's right. How is that even possible? What happened? How is this happening? Look, it's like the skull and crossbones. You have the skull on the right, the AA, skull on the right, AA. Yet somehow the text is flipping. Oh, you're right. You're so right. Yeah, I'm flipping my UVs. That's super interesting. Yeah. Odd. I'll need to figure out what that... I could just flip the UV, I guess. Yeah, I assume that... Because, yeah, then I imagine these are just like UV quads and then they're flipped, so they look incorrect. Interesting. I could just 1 minus, I guess. Yeah. It's like doing this. In my model export, it's probably doing something stupid. I can just fix it by flipping this, I assume. If I flip my texture, but I don't want to have to do that. That's kind of stupid. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let's get the multiple meshes working now. That's like the last big piece of this. I do have water. I have a water bottle right here. Okay. The last piece, then we start to do some cleanup. Okay, let's see. So, wherever we are assuming that there is only one mesh, we need to actually assume that there are multiple meshes. Yeah, I made my game engine. That's the whole point of the stream, is I'm working on the game engine. Okay, so let's think for a second. We parse the positions, normals, UVs, and then we need to parse the faces. So I guess every time we see so it's like everything that's happening here needs to be within its own loop pretty much. So I guess, how would this work? How would this look? Let me think. How does this work? So we want to send this thing. Why are these const? Yeah, I did. Because I support multiple graphics backends and operating systems, so it's like I wanted an abstraction over my shader language. So that's what I did. Okay, let's see. I need to pass in. This is so annoying. All right, let me think for a second. Again, I just want to like parse these things in blocks. Yeah, well, I don't go as far as generating my own bytecode. But right now I generate metal shader code, GLSL shader code, and HLSL shader code just directly. And then I make them static because I'm just doing like a lazy initialization in my build tool for like handling memory at the moment. Because I like call this function a million times. And I only want to allocate memory for these containers like the first time. And then, you know, next time I use it, I just like clear it and then let it grow if it's not big enough. And that way I'm just not calling malloc a million times in between each asset, right? Because if I make this static, it only calls the constructor like the one time. And then I just clear it every time I want to use it. And clearing it is cheaper than calling the constructor, because for clear, all I do is set like this, like the internal state back to 0, but I don't free anything. I need to like, yeah, it's more of a transpiler. In theory, I could do a full compiler. I just haven't done that yet. Okay, so I need to change my little API in this function. So I'm going to break some stuff again until I fix it. So bear with me. Okay, so instead of doing tell here, what am I doing? So this should be like start, usize end. And every time I do tell, this is oh my gosh, this is annoying. Okay, so if file start is that or that. What am I doing? Let me just restart here. So we have number start. We have seek start. So basically changing these functions to use a start and an end range rather than seeking the entire file at one point, like in one go. Because I need the file's broken up into multiple meshes, so I need to like seek within the meshes, essentially, is what I'm going to do. I guess there's a few ways I could do this. I actually don't know what I want to do yet. So what do we return? Return that, return that. don't think you should do that. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't. I'm going to revert back here. Let me see. Let me think. Let me use my big brain for a second, which isn't big enough. Let me undo a lot of this, because I know it works, and let's get this to work with what we had. Okay, this should still compile. So what is the current flow of this? What does this give me? So I think this should return when the material changes, basically. So like if I see a new material, this should change. This should return. This is so annoying. I hate writing parsing code. It's just a pain in the ass. Sorry, I'm just thinking. I don't know how I want to do this. So this should be called like parse mesh faces, just so I can have a better idea of what this is actually doing. A transpiler. It's a translation compiler. All right, so next object face. So basically, what does this do? Tell. Woke compiler. What does this return? When does this return? When does this loop exit? So like while object next face and tell is less than or equal to end, I guess. Less than end, rather. So, and then we can have a start and an end here like I had before. Why am I doing const? We don't need const. So we can tell it when to start seeking and then when to teach me how to programmer. And then we can end. All right, so if either of these two conditions fail, so then I guess the first thing we do is we try to find the first we'll just do this. We'll continue this loop for infinitely until we reach the end of the file. So then we have essentially two things we keep track of. So it's possible for, so like offset first face is that. Offset first material is that. So this will be a buffer dot or a obj dot find 0 to the end of the file, and then this will be, Because we need to know if we're in a material or not, or if we're in like a fallback, like a default material. Yeah, all of it's handwritten, and the full source for the whole engine and all of the tooling stuff is in the GitHub in the description. I don't. How do I approach system designing? So like generally, I don't know if I'm actually doing like the best possible thing, right? But I'm not afraid of like changing code if it ends up being bad, basically. So like I kind of accept that the code won't be perfect, and if it becomes a problem, I'll eventually encounter it, and then in that instance, I'll try to change it. Because like otherwise, it's easy to over-engineer stuff, and if you over-engineer stuff, you spend way too much time just working on boilerplate system code versus actually getting stuff done. So like I'm just kind of doing rough stuff right now. So yeah. So then the difference between these is just like, what's the minimum? What comes first, basically, is where I want to start seeking from. And then, I guess we kind of have to do this in here at the loop, in the loop as well. So we pass this. So we parse this again, basically. So this is our range we search from. And okay, let me see. Does that make sense? Offset first face, offset first use material. So whichever of these comes first is where we start parsing, because it's possible for us to not have a material yet. I don't know. I don't use Python very often, so I don't know how to answer that. Okay. And then this will either be the end of the file or the next material block, which will designate a new face, basically. And then our out condition is if this is equal to usize max, then we'll just break here. This is when we're done processing meshes, basically. I mean, I do think about the design. It's tough to answer because I've changed the code a lot. Like, it's constantly evolving. So like I'll get something in a dirty way, and then I will either come back to it and make it better, or I'll just kind of let it sit for a while and do other stuff. And then I'll come back and I'll make it better if it's like causing a problem. And then just like over time, that has led me to where I am now. But it's not like I'm at the end point either. I'm just like continuing to move on. And like generally, I try to keep things simple or straightforward. But it's easy to like have indirection, which makes things kind of confusing. So like it's just a balance where you have to work towards. I don't know. you can kind of like, I don't know, it's just kind of easy to tell if code is good or bad, I think, just by how easy it is to understand when you go back and try to read it. And like if I'm going back to old code and I don't understand how it works from reading it, then that's probably a clue to me that it's not very well designed. And I definitely have code in my engine that isn't easy to understand by just reading it. And those are points where it's like, yeah, I'll probably come back and like fix that later. And yeah, I do that with the Terraria clone game. That one I'm putting more thought into. But yeah, I don't know. And like, I'm kind of like, some of this too is I'm just like exploring ways of doing things. Because I don't know, I'm not like I'm not like a god at doing this, right? I'm still learning myself as well. So like, I don't know, I'm just doing stuff and seeing how far it gets me basically. And you can see like, I'm just kind of like, I've been poking at this code for like hours now, and I'm getting closer to having the thing implemented, but it's just a process. It's like a very iterative process. Okay, so what do we have? We have this. I think this should infinitely loop until we hit the end of the file now. So I guess we can do this at the bottom. I'm just gonna call this offset current, maybe. And then this is offset next. All right. So then we parse the material. Let's see. Get the index. I can just call this skin slot index. So let's update that. And this might just work. I don't know yet. Do a CS2 clone. All right, we are in an infinite loop. Uh-oh. What happened? Where are we in an infinite loop? Where am I even printing this? We are printing here. All right, we've got ourselves stuck in an infinite loop, which is great. Why? Oh, I guess we aren't passing. Oh, this should be from current to next. Oh, we're still hitting it, aren't we? Infinite loop. This is CS2. This is what Grok does to my code. Okay, we are still in an infinite loop. So why is that not getting me where I want to be? I guess it should be I guess it's finding itself, so it's like getting stuck on itself. Let's just add 1 to this. This is kind of dirty, but let's just do that. This is gonna... Oh, I have a cache conflict. What? Infinite loop equals false. What do I have a cache conflict on? What? Interesting. All right, let's see. We have a cache conflict. On what table, though? Interesting indeed. Is it the material cache is getting... Because I don't want to deal with cache here at all yet. Interesting. Just comment this out for a second. Wrote materials. What's after materials? Models? Do I use AI? Not very often. Pretty much not at all, actually. Not for code, at least. I'll use it for like general information and like maybe a little bit of direction towards like finding stuff. But I don't use it to like generate any of the code. I just don't think it's very interesting to use AI. Like if I wanted to use AI, I wouldn't be like, if I wanted to use AI, I probably wouldn't be doing this as a hobby project, right? Like I'm doing this because it's fun. And it's not fun if I'm just like having the AI write my code for me. All right, what is the problem? What is the conflict? So that failed. On what's after models? Materials? Materials meshes. Oh, it's failing on the mesh. What? Okay, so I think I know what's going on. See, this is the cache system biting me in the ass. So I need to generate a unique cache ID for all of these meshes, and I didn't think about doing that yet. So let me fix that. Each mesh should have its own cache ID. Where am I? Build. I'm very close to having this working, I think. So what is going on? Assets. Models. So it's this mesh at the bottom of this for loop. We basically need to just because I think we passed this thing here, the mesh cache ID. Yeah, I'm passing it 0. So I guess we just need like a mesh index, which will just be like here. Ooh. What is this? Redefinition of enumerator F18 0. Oh, this should also be mesh index. All right, here we go. It's a good sign that we don't see the glass. That means it got split into a separate mesh. We need a good thumbnail for the video. Okay, let's get the meshes drawing now, all of them. Bring this full circle. So, in this project, runtime, model. It has to. I use AI. Okay. Okay. Let's see. All right. Vertex buffer. So we need to loop now. We need to loop basically. For int. Well, what is this? What do I store this as? Mesh count for u8 I equals 0 I less than model entry dot mesh count I plus plus. And we can pass in that. And now we need to do this as well here. Maybe I could malloc these so I'm not having some fixed size. I can malloc these. No, I don't want to malloc. Or maybe I do. Maybe I do. We'll do some malloc action because that's always fun. The modern C++ users hate to see manual memory allocation. Check this out. This is going to be insane. So we load the model entry. Now we actually have to allocate some memory here. So we will assert first that these are not already allocated. All right. And then we'd have to do a little vertex buffer equals reinterpret cast. And we put a little memory allocate here. I'm just memeing. This is kind of funny. But this is the size of, right? So it's the size of this times the model entry dot mesh count, right? All right. And then we can't forget to placement new into this thing. So we have to new for the entire list. So we have to for loop over this. Well, we'll do this in a second pass. We'll do both of these at the same time. So we also have the index buffer, which is this type. We'll reinterpret cast. All right. And now when we iterate, so we're initializing these now. So before we call init, we have to make sure that we do a placement new here to begin the lifetime, right? Some C++ stuff here. We'll call the constructor. All right, cool. Wow, crazy stuff. And then let's make sure we free these. We could call the destructor, but that's actually we do need to call the destructor. I'll do it. All right, so do that. First, we need to free each individual one. Placement new. And then we need to make sure to free these. We want to free these arrays. Otherwise, we'll get a memory leak if we don't free them. See, always got to check for memory leaks here. And we have to return these to null pointer. Don't forget to clean up your pointers. All right. Boom, there we go. Now we have an array of meshes. And then when we draw them, we just draw each of these, basically. So. I guess skin entry can be out here. All right, here we go. Still loading the incorrect texture, which is unfortunate, but we have both meshes drawing now. So if we do a little render doc, we can see that they are now individual draw calls, in theory. So let's check that out. No. So where do we draw it? Here. Yeah, look at that. Each one gets its own draw call. Now to just figure out what's going on with the texture, because it didn't grab the right texture. So what is wrong with that one? All right, let's see. Mesh, material, skin, dot materials, mesh entry, dot skin, slot, index. So did that mesh not get the correct slot? Who knows? Let's see. So I have to go to my meshes. And which one is this? So they're both getting the same slot for the texture, which isn't correct. So I need to figure out what's going on with that. These should be 0 and 1 probably. Because if we look at the skin thing, there's actually 3 textures. Or I guess it should be 1 and 2, I think. I'm not sure what 40 is coming from. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. All right, what is happening in my asset system? Am I not saving this correctly, maybe? So we're starting from 0, so this is the problem right here. We should be starting from the current offset, I guess. So this should start from here and then go to here. And I think that should fix it. Yeah, there we go. That looks like my crappy my crappy paint window texture. Nice. Basically still doing what I was doing earlier. I'm almost done now with the model stuff because it's working now. This is a model with 2 meshes. Double versus floats for game engine. I think both are valid, depending on your game. So my engine, I support both basically for all of my like primitive things. So I have like a matrix that takes a double and a matrix that takes a float. And then I can just decide which one I want to use based on the game basically. So double precision, I guess based on its name, it's like double the precision. I just have two versions, one with float, one with double. I didn't template it just because I only have two versions of matrix. And I thought it's just fine to have a float and a double variant. Because like for some of the matrix helper functions, I use like the built-in sine and cosine functions and stuff like that, and square root, like the CLib ones or libc ones. And they have like a float and a double variant, so it's like templating it is kind of awkward unless you're doing explicit conversion between floats to doubles sometimes. So I just have two versions basically. But yeah, double precision it's 8 bytes per number basically, so you have 8 bytes for floating point. And then a float is 4 bytes. So when you would use both, or when you would use one over the other, depends on, you know, how much precision do you need in your game world, basically. And yeah, it's a good point. So GPUs only really natively support floating point. I mean, there is support for doubles on the GPU, but it's kind of not very ideal. So yeah, it's like not something you should rely on, basically, in my opinion. But generally, your rendering code can be like you can do all your rendering sort of camera relative, so the precision kind of isn't a problem. It's more how you represent things in your world. So like floating point is like pretty accurate up till about, I don't know, it's like 30,000 units or something. I want to implement that maybe next stream. I'll work on that. I just spent today doing like model loading code because I need to load more high polygon models that have multiple textures on them. So I want to get this out of the way. And then what was the hardest part without libraries? Audio probably. Or graphics. They're hard in different ways. I think the audio system was kind of difficult because I was just brand new to like doing audio. And then yeah, I am obviously using the graphics libraries for like rendering. So the no libraries doesn't mean I'm not using like DirectX or something. So obviously I have to use that if I want to do real-time rendering on modern systems. And no, I just downloaded these models off the internet. Okay, so let's see. What else can we do here? So I guess I can gut this old material code because that's not a problem anymore. And then make sure that's not commented out. Yeah, I guess I could. Like, I could do a software rasterizer and, like, blit do a frame buffer or something if I wanted to. This is some crazy music in the background. You're implementing voice chat into your game. That's interesting. Yeah. The library thing, obviously, like, people have different definitions of library, and I'm using kind of the more loose version. So I'm not counting the system libraries. So like I'm using, obviously, the, like on Windows, I'm using all the Windows operating system libraries for creating the window and doing like multi-threading and all that stuff, audio. Like it's talking to the operating system, and the operating systems provide you a library to do that. Like you use the Windows header file in order to create a window on Windows. So like I'm using that. I'm just not using like STL or RayLib, or like I'm not using GLM for math, or IMGUI for like the UI. I'm not using libraries for any of that stuff. I'm not even using CMAKE for build. I'm not using the standard library for like any of my containers. That's actually interesting. That's interesting, using software rasterization with D3D11. I do want to look into this because I have my own render abstraction layer basically, and I have my own shader language. So for anyone who just joined, I guess this is an interesting thing because it's kind of relevant to this conversation. So I have my own shader language here. This is my shader code, and this is in my own little shader language thing. So to support like multiple graphics APIs, I basically have my own language that I translate into, you know, direct into HLSL or GLSL or Metal. So in theory, one of my output targets could be a software rasterizer, and I could generate my own software rasterizer shader code from my shader files and just have it all just work. So like you wouldn't even need a graphics API, and that would be an interesting project. I would need to spend a lot of time basically implementing my own graphics driver, though, essentially, if I wanted to do that. And yes, I have worked with Vulkan. I just don't have it hooked up in the project fully yet. I have the bare bones. I have some bare bones implementation that I've been kind of chipping away at. Let's see. So like I have, I've gotten up to initializing the device and creating my VK instance, and that's it. That's pretty much all I have. All of these other functions are yet to be implemented. But once I implement these, then it should just work, assuming I didn't mess up my implementation. All right, what else do I work on? I need to fix up this material stuff, or clean up some of this material stuff. That's interesting. Yeah, let me look at that. That's interesting. It's something I want to do because that sounds fun. It also sounds time consuming. So we'll see. Yeah, like where do I init D3D init D3D11 init? Where do I init? Or is it API init? I forget what I call these things. Yeah, let's see. Is it my device? Is it like you pass it into here probably? The create device thing? I'll look that up. D3D driver type. Where do you pass that to? Oh, this is interesting, actually. Oh, let me get that on the stream. Yeah, so, the warp. Sorry, I was looking off screen. So the rasterizer supports 9 through 10. Yeah, just getting things done quicker. Yeah, because the engine's evolved over time. So like my first graphics API I was supporting was just OpenGL, because OpenGL kind of just works everywhere and it's easy. And then I wanted to make Windows a bit faster. So yeah, I wanted my Windows to be faster, so I just implemented DirectX 11 rather than 12, just because it's like similar enough to OpenGL, but it has better driver support on Windows, obviously, so it runs faster. And then a few months ago, I added support for Metal for Mac. And Metal is more like the modern APIs. So I had to do some refactoring to my rendering code to sort of align better with that. And then my next is going to be Vulkan. And eventually I'm going to deprecate OpenGL entirely and then shift everything over. Yeah, because I guess I can demonstrate now that I'm kind of... I'm taking a bit of a brain break now that I finally got this material stuff finished. Let me commit all my code as well. I can demonstrate the multi-platform aspect of this because it's kind of neat. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, Vulkan's not that crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so like, here's my MacBook. I'm remoting into my MacBook. And let me grab like this project actually. This one's maybe a better example. Bear with me. This one should work actually. Let's see. Let's see if this one compiles. I don't remember. No, I need to update this one. Okay, we'll just go to this one. What are we looking at? We're looking at my Mac. So here it is running on Mac, which is nice. It's always cool. I can move around on my other... I have my laptops off to my left. Yeah, I bet. So yeah, there it is running on Mac, which is nice. Nice little proof of concept. And I can do the same for Linux. Oops. Grab my Linux computer. You need to sync these. Let me just grab these really quick. Because some people come in here and accuse me of clickbait for having Linux in the tags on the Twitch stream. Because they see me on Windows and they just assume I'm only doing Windows. It's just because I'm working on Windows. Because I like working on Windows when I'm actually like doing productive work. But the engine obviously supports Linux as well. I need to fix that build warning. Clearly clickbait. If I don't have Linux running 24/7, then denying clickbait. I hate how it opens up in the background here. Yeah, so here we are on Linux. My pass-through for my keyboard doesn't work too well, so the movement's kind of broken. But you can see... I don't know if I have address sanitizer working on Linux. I don't remember. Yeah. Linux is struggling a little bit. All right. There we go. Good proof of concept. Add DLSS. I actually don't know how that works. Is there like, is that like part of the API for the graphics libraries, or is that some other crazy vendor thing? I have no idea how to set that up. Thanks. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, sorry I'm a bit low energy. I've been going for 6.5 hours already, so. Yeah, I'm kind of getting to the point where my brain's fried. So yeah, we'll see. It's just a DLL plus API. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. How does that work? Like, I assume you must be familiar with it. Like, I know conceptually how DLSS works. It's like you have a lower resolution frame, and then I assume you pass that off to some function, right? Some API call, and then it will return you an upscaled version. I have to assume that's how it works. But does it need more information than just like the downscaled version? Because it's not just upscaling, it's more than that, right? Like, isn't it temporal? Like, it needs information about the scene beyond just the current frame buffer? Or can it do everything it needs with just like the frame buffer and the depth buffer? Yeah, it needs motion vectors. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, which is kind of awkward because then I guess I would need to have my own motion buffer, which I assume like all the modern engines kind of have for you, because that's useful for other effects. But yeah, that's kind of annoying if you need motion buffers. Yeah, because I guess if you have like stuff that's moving as well, you don't want it to be like super aliased or super like, it needs to be able to discern between things that are moving and things that are stationary. And I guess it accumulates information over time through the motion as well. So that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe games should just be optimized enough as is. They don't need some fancy upscaling. But yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because then through the jitter, it kind of reminds me if any of you guys have done like astrophotography, like people who take pictures of the stars and stuff. There's like a similar technique there where you'll take like a lot of images of like some galaxy or something, and then you can combine the images together, and like each image will be slightly different in its like what each pixel has, captured. And then over time, you get more information just through that. So I assume the jitter is kind of like that. It's like you have a lower resolution of pixels, but by jittering them, the color of the pixels is slightly different. So then you can kind of... an accumulation buffer. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess it's kind of neat that that's a thing. I don't know. It's probably great on like game consoles, which are a bit weaker in hardware, to be able to at least match the resolution of your screen if you're running at like... Yeah, I guess your phone does the same too. Yeah, because like you... Yeah, it's like the AI upscaling stuff, where it tries to use like the motion of your hand, right, to capture some frames before and after, and then try and stitch together more information than what you could capture in just a single shot. I mean, it's really clever. Like, it's interesting. I don't know. It's just neat. I don't know if I want to implement it though. Here, let's get the other game going. Let me run around and break blocks. Oh, I didn't want to run the debugger. Oh, stop, stop, stop. Yeah, this is my Terraria clone. I'm just going to build in here for a second while I take a bit of a brain break. Yeah, that's neat. I need to start working on this game again soon. I've kind of taken a break from working on this because I burned myself out. But maybe within the next week or two, I'll get back to doing this. Thanks. Yeah, simulation was the hardest part of this project so far. It's cool because it has water pressure as well, so you can like push water up. And it will slowly equalize. All right, let's get back to the other project. Let's get some final stuff done before I go eat dinner. So what I need to do is in the back end, so I need some more code to bridge the gap. So what is this material slot thing used for now? Yeah, I have my own RHI, basically. And that's a that's a project. That was a project. I've gone kind of overboard with it as well. You can see I've Vulcan commented out. That's funny. Yeah, so I have a render, I guess RHI is a render hardware interface, right? Whatever you want to call it. Render abstraction layer is kind of what I say. It's pretty simple. Well, it's not simple. There's a lot to it. But I kind of have my own little graphics interface thing that all my game code uses. And I can maybe find an example of that somewhere. Let me just go to like where I actually draw stuff. Yeah, so at like at the fundamental level, I have render commands. I have I also have a render graph. I'm not using it here, but I have like a render graph. So like a graph can have commands. If I wanted to, I could put the command on the graph, and I could like execute the graph or sort the graph or do anything I want to with the graph. In this project, I'm just drawing stuff directly. So I like create a command and then I immediately execute it, dispatch it, I guess. But in my little abstraction thing, render commands are just essentially just ways of grouping the state changes together into like little packets of work, if that makes sense. So like on the render command, I can do a lot of stuff. Like I can set the shader. I can set like, I don't know, a bunch of stuff. Blend modes, raster state, depth testing, all the fun stuff. Yeah, that's a good point too. So yeah, I have a little render command thing. And then I also have like resources. So for instance, in this model, I have these vertex buffer resource things, index buffers, and instance buffers, and all the fun stuff. So yeah, I just have like all of these resources, right? And it's in my own little interface. And then depending on the backend graphics API that I'm using, I basically compile the implementation depending on the API that I've chosen for the executable. So I can't switch APIs at runtime. It's like baked into the executable, baked into like the binary. But you can see Vulkan, I have nothing implemented really except for the device creation, because I've just haven't gotten to this yet. But like OpenGL, you know, I have basically these functions that are called like API underscore are like the functions I need to implement for each graphics backend in order for my RHI to actually work. So I have done that for OpenGL, Metal, and DirectX 11. So that's fun. And then to deal with the shaders, I have my own shader language, which is interesting. So I think I talked about this briefly earlier, but well, I mentioned it a few times today, but people come and go. So I have my own shader language. So I only have to write shaders one time, basically. And I have a little shader compiler thing that translates them into either HLSL code, which is like what this is currently running. So this is like the generated HLSL code from the shader I was just looking at. But if I like switch to OpenGL and I just recompile, rebuild everything, this will turn into GLSL code, which is nice. And then on top, so I generate the backend shader languages. So I have that implemented for HLSL, GLSL, and Metal. And on top of translating the shader code itself, I also deal with the vertex formats and buffers from the shader files. So like, so basically like this is how I specify uniform buffers. I just call them uniform buffers because I kind of like the terminology from OpenGL. And the same is true for like constant buffers and all of that fun stuff. But like I can specify a uniform buffer just in the shader code. And then at build time, my shader compiler sees this and it will generate me some header files for my graphics backend. So like if I go to the generated code section of my build output and go to graphics.generated.hpp and find like the uniform buffer. Let's see, where was it? This one maybe, I think it was. So like here's my generated C++ struct from my uniform buffer from the shader code. So like if I just add to this thing, like let's add like a new parameter called color. And then we can just multiply this by color. And if I just like rebuild this, we should see that color ends up in here. So here it is. And then the cool thing is I can just go into my game code, wherever it is, scene. Let's see where I set this. I set this here. So like I can just add a color here to a float 4, so that's what type it is. So we'll make everything red as like a demonstration. And now everything's red, which is cool. And the cool thing is that this works like across all of the APIs, so I don't need to change any of my game code because the build tool just handles all of the translation of all the shaders file stuff and all the uniform buffers. And the same is true for the vertex formats. So like I can specify my own vertex formats just like directly within the shader code that uses the vertex data, which is cool. So like this forward shader vertex takes in a position normal UV, but like this line doesn't take anything interesting. Let me see. Let me find a different one. So like here's a shader that just takes in a position as its vertex format. And then like the cool thing is I get structs for those that get generated. So like in my model loading code here, you can see like this GFX vertex forward. This is just in the header file. So like, yeah, I kind of have like my own reflection thing. And this was complicated because not all of the APIs pack their structs in the same way. So like the alignment requirement of like the members of the structs for like the uniform buffers, for example, it's not consistent. And yeah, that would be cool if I could generate directly in the SPIRV. In theory, it's possible because I have, so like my compiler has the full syntax tree of the language, right? And like right now, I just generate code from the syntax tree, right? But like in theory, I could go further and actually generate, you know, bytecode or something. That sounds pretty difficult though, so I'm not doing that. But I have all of that information if I want to do that. But yeah, it's kind of cool because a lot of the boilerplate kind of stuff you need to do is handled for me with like the layout bindings and all of that stuff, figuring out like what the offsets should be. So I just generate these tables and then load them in. Or I just reference these tables in my backend code based on like the asset type or the arguments I give to my render commands. So yeah, that's that's how that works. It's kind of funny with it being red. Maybe red's kind of an intense color. Yeah, and the sky uses a different shader, so that's why the sky is blue, of course. I don't know. Is the future risky? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think game engine programming is very, very complicated, so I don't think it's like at direct. Like I don't think AI is a direct risk. CS is computer science, so it's just like a degree that people get at Tokyo Split. Yeah. Now he does marathon streams too, so I respect that. I could go longer, but then I start getting hungry. Like I'm getting hungry now, and I think that's why I'm starting to crash a little bit here. I was on a roll earlier. But okay, so before I do that, before I crash and die, let me get some extra stuff built in here. So let me see, what do I have? Let me see. So I need stuff like this for my material type. Material entry. Yeah, Tokyo Spliff is crazy. He's so funny to watch, though. I love watching his streams. It's cool to see you stopping by the way, Soding. Big fan. That's the legend is in the house. All right, so we need to change this to be this. And I have this defined in 2 places because this is crossing the boundary of my application. So this is kind of annoying, actually. CS2 is major. Counter-Strike. He's a 3rd year on Counter-Strike. All right, let's see. So we need in material. We just need to have the same thing over in same comment, basically. I kind of hate defining this thing in 2 places. This is not the best. And this is going to break a bunch of stuff, unfortunately. Why do I release texture? This is kind of dumb. What'd I do wrong? Actually, I'm just going to put this in 1 line. Is this true? What happened? He's an absolute animal. Yeah, is this true? Is this referring to game dev? You know, it's tough to say I don't work in game dev anymore though, and I used to. So like I used to work at a AAA company, and I did for 3 years, but I left on like my own terms. So like I didn't get fired or anything. But I left for like personal reasons. I just wasn't very, I didn't really like the work I was doing when I was there. And I like the work I'm doing now a lot more. And I get paid more now at my current role. So, I don't know. It's like, it's just easier to be a programmer if you're not in games. And there's more opportunities. And the cool thing for me is like, now I can just kind of work on game stuff for fun. Without being like stressed out about it, which is like a kind of a huge win. In my book. Maybe I should have a helper on this. I'm going to put a helper function on this. All right, let's see. The AI fever. All right, let's see. Let's clean this code up. So where was I doing this? In the game code. So like now I just have this instead, which doesn't actually shorten my line much in hindsight, but that should be a bit less. Yeah, that really didn't shorten it up at all. Oh well. let's make the scene not red anymore. This is too much for me. Forward. And we want to turn off that. Erase game engines with AI. That is like the funniest joke I've ever heard. Maybe in like 10 years or 20 years, I don't know. Anything's possible, I guess. Like, things could change. But it's such a joke. Like, it's like you get these people who have no idea what they're talking about. See AI hallucinate some image that isn't even stable across frames. But it looks convincing enough to someone who doesn't even know what they're talking about. Or like what they're doing. And then they just like hop on the hype cycle. It's like anyone who knows anything about how game engines work. Or how like programming works in general. It's like so obvious that this is like bullshit, right? It's just crazy to me. It's like, okay, maybe there's a place for AI within a game engine. Like maybe you could have some AI sort of rasterizer thing that can take sort of a crude image that you render and make it look pretty. Like I can see that, right? Like that seems plausible to me. Maybe you can have AI in parts of the engine, like maybe you have AI that actually controls little AI characters or something, or does the dialogue. It's like you can have AI for pieces of it, but to do the entire game engine from scratch without like any actual engineering involved is like so far away from here. It just seems like such a joke. Maybe, maybe I'll be proven wrong. I don't know. It's just like I know what like I've done this whole engine exercise, and my engine isn't even that complex. But like I already know how much complexity there is just to get this to work. And it's like if you want a game that actually feels nice, is responsive, is consistent between runs, AI isn't going to get you there. It's just crazy that people are so like latched onto the AI hype cycle is like this end of everything creative. I don't know. It's just crazy to me. It's like, are people retarded? I don't know. Am I going to get canceled for saying that? I don't know. And you know, I wouldn't be so upset about it if there wasn't like such insane investment into AI. It's like you can't even buy RAM anymore. You can't even buy RAM anymore because all these AI data centers are just like hogging up all the RAM. It's just like so frustrating. Like, I don't know. I try to be balanced on my take. Like, is there a place for AI? Yes, like there is a place. It's good at some things. Like AI is good for some things. It'd be delusional to say it's not. It's just like, is it going to replace everything? I don't know. I get a little mad about this. If you can't tell. My concern really is that like I feel like we're declining in our capabilities over time. Like it just seems like there was a while where things got better and better and better. It's like we're getting new hardware, we're getting new, you know, I don't know, software techniques. We're improving what we have technologically over time. But now it seems like AI has come out and we're actually like going backwards. Or at least we're stagnating. And in its place, we get like all this shitty AI generated stuff. It's like I can't even go on Google image search anymore and see like actual images. It's like half the results are just like AI generated garbage. And now people are trying to convince me that games will be AI generated. It's just it's just so stupid. But yeah, that's my take. That's my take on that. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't know. I don't want to like make anyone mad, but like I've noticed this is kind of concerning me recently, actually, because I do these live streams and I'm like actually interacting with a lot of people, which it's insightful because I don't talk to that many people about programming in like my daily life outside of work. So it's interesting to get kind of like a gauge on where people are nowadays. And there's a concerning number of people who come in here and like ask for my opinion on using AI to generate code or like vibe coding and all of that stuff. And it's like these are like beginner people learning how to code, asking these questions. And it's like, it's just concerning to me if that is what beginners are doing nowadays. Like, are people actually out there generating all of their code with AI? Because if they are, I think they're cooked, to be honest. Like, I'm so glad that I learned programming or that I went to school before AI took over, because like back in the day, you actually had to understand stuff in order to learn it. You had to like get there with your hands and get dirty and actually learn stuff. Whereas now, it's like I don't have a crystal ball either. So like, it's possible that this will work out and people will actually learn better with AI. And then, like, I try to be optimistic, thinking that AI will be like a good learning tool for people that didn't used to exist, right? There's like there's the take on the argument where like people use Stack Overflow and now they use AI. But I would counter that, like, even using Stack Overflow, you still had to like understand the code that you're trying to paste in, or like you have to understand the question to ask in order to even find a relevant Stack Overflow thread on the problem that you have. Whereas now people have like this vibe coded project, they get a compile error, they just copy the whole file, they paste it into like ChatGPT or whatever people use, and then ChatGPT gaslights them thinking that like, oh, actually this isn't wrong, try this. And then you paste the new code in and it works a little bit better, but then something else breaks, so then they look up the other thing and then that breaks, and it's like they get stuck in these cycles of just like fixing something that's not even good. So yeah, I don't know. I hope it works out well for people. I think AI can be very useful if it's like used carefully. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It's not going away, so I guess the first FPS I played, I think COD 4 was probably the first one I actually played as a kid. I'm not that old. I'm 27. All right, so I'm just kind of running around right now. Now I'm thinking about AI. I'm getting frustrated. I'm getting frustrated. And I've tried to use AI for stuff. Like, I've done the experiment where I've had AI try to add things to the engine. Like, when I was doing some of the collision detection stuff, I was like, okay, let's see if AI can do this. And it just fails it just fails at everything. Like, you ask it the simplest things and it just fails. And like, I can get the AI to give me code that works. But I feel like I can only do that because I already kind of know what the code should be doing. Like, I already understand how programming works, and like I understand the problem I'm trying to solve. So like, if I'm very specific about what I'm prompting, I can get the AI to do the correct things, or at least get me close. But like, I don't think that's going to be true for most people who vibe code, who don't already know how to code. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, it's my AI rant. It was funny because like what was it, like 2 weeks ago? The Google Gemini thing came out, or whatever their new AI model was that was getting people all impressed. And then just watching all of the tech stocks, like the game company specific ones, just tank. Like I saw like the Take-Two Interactive stock shot down like 10% or whatever it was, and Roblox went down. I think Unity went down. It was just like, wow, people are, yeah, Genie, that's what it is. $200K, that's impressive. Where's the retro game? Yeah, I just turned it off. Let me turn the retro game back on. I might end the stream soon here. I'm kind of getting hungry. Oh no, I hit connect. Oh yeah, I forgot to demonstrate this in this stream today, that this is going to be a multiplayer game as well. So I don't know if this works anymore. I might have broken the model loading code. Here we go. The player draws in the sky for some reason. But this is a multiplayer game too. My model's rendering in the wrong spot. He's just floating off the ground. And I don't see it on this camera, but that's fine. So maybe next week I'll actually do gameplay stuff. 200K, you have a triangle. What have you been working on? Reflection? 200K, that's crazy. I'm still streaming. Yeah, I grind. I'm on the grind. 7 hours in. I'm getting hungry though. I'm starting to crack. I'm not cracked, but I'm cracking. I feel like this stream wasn't very interesting with the work I did. I just got models to load. They don't even look that good. Here, let me load a new model. I want to try some other models. Let's do a stress test. We need to find a new, we need to find a model with more pieces that actually have textures as well. So let's see, what can we get? What can we do? This is like the worst website. Here we go, OBJ file. We want to load in like a little, a tree would be interesting, actually. I feel like that's just going to come in one piece. You can tell by the mesh that it's using like one material. There was a bus, yeah. Rage bait. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I like. I guess I have two concerns, really, if I boil it down. I'm concerned for the next generation of people that are learning programming, or I guess learning any skill that AI is currently like threatening, you could say. And like I know people who are going through college as well right now, who just like use AI for everything. And like I'm genuinely concerned that these people like won't develop the same sort of skills that like people before AI actually like had to develop. And then like in the future, once these people are the ones actually like writing most of the software, like what will that do, right? Like that just seems like a bad future to me. Because like we're already in a decline, and if it just keeps getting worse, it's like we're just cooked, right? So like I'm concerned about that, and then I'm concerned about all the money that they're dumping into these AI projects. Like once the hype bubble kind of bursts, like what happens to all of that investment, right? I don't know. I guess we'll see. Like we'll ultimately we'll see. And in the meantime, you just keep doing your thing, I guess. That's why, like, I think I'm trying to do these streams a little bit to inspire people to like actually handwrite code. And like there are people who come in here who like ask me questions, and I try my best to explain because I want to inspire people to actually make stuff. I feel like it's an important thing to do. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Does this any good models in here? There was a bus one. Yeah, I want to load the bus one. Can I search here? Bus. This one looks complex. Yeah, I like this one. You have like a tire. You have all the seats. Yeah, we'll get this one. Yeah, you have base color, roughness. Nice. Enjoy the nightmare, buddy. All right, free download. And we wait. And let's get this prepared. We'll get the little asset prepared. New file, bus. Is this done yet? Which tab was it in? Who knows? Here it is. Textures, material, model. Here we go. This will be a good stress test too, because I think this is a higher polygon model. Let's see. Bus. Textures. Bus. Ooh, actually I'm only seeing one texture. Uh-oh. I wanted to see more than this. We'll see. All right, all right. Bus. Base 2. What is happening? Is this a copy pasta? I don't even know what's happening. Am I not hip with the current memes? Because that reads like a copy pasta, but I can't tell. It's got to be copy pasta. It's got to be a meme. All right. Unk is not up to with the times. You're right. You're right. What is this material type? Or no, here we go. Bus. All right, see you later, man. Appreciate you stopping by. It's awesome. I didn't expect to see the Soding himself in the chat today. That's funny. Yeah, he's a legend. I feel honored. I feel honored that he stuck around so long. That's funny. If you write editor, write some runtime reflection first. Yeah, so this plugin is just a custom one I have for my engine. So unfortunately, it's not one I can just send. But the source code for everything is in the GitHub link, so you can check that out if you're interested. All right, yeah, see you later. I'm probably going to call it a wrap here soon as well, so heading out at a good time. But I just want to load some new models as well. Just kind of stress test the system here. I'm kind of dilly-dallying around. I'm getting lost in my own code. Scene. Let's add a new model to the scene. Model bus. And we will init the bus. Hopefully this works. It would be kind of embarrassing if it doesn't. I think the texture is going to be upside down though, so I'll need to fix that bug. Oops, excuse me. Do I see a bus? I do see a bus. bus looks a little a little messed up though. Let's fix the bus. So we need to import the bus into Google, into not Google, into Blender. Import object bus. So these guys need a little bit of massaging in order to look nice. Oh no, I had the materials showing. Add a UI. I have a UI in the engine already. All right, this looks good. We need to rotate this around which axis? This one. Why is there two of them? Oh wait, no, there's just one mesh. Oh no, what's happening? Why isn't it rotating around center? There we go. This is a nice looking bus if you ask me. Look at that. Look at those textures. Look at those seats. Am I planning to add? Yeah, I read that question. I'm inspired you to write your first OS. I'm glad. I haven't even done that yet, so we'll see. Maybe in like 10 years, I'll write my own operating system. I have a monster PC. It's all right. It's not that crazy. Bus. Oh no, I didn't want to import. What am I doing? I can't think anymore. Export. Object. Bus. Bus. And then close this. And turn that to 1. We'll actually push this along the y-axis. Let's see if this looks any better. I don't know. I think the textures are going to be flipped. Like I said, I need to fix that still. Well, actually, they look fine. The glass material doesn't work, though, because it doesn't have a texture applied to it. Terry Davis. Let me make the bus bigger so I can see inside. Here we go. Nice, nice. Looking good. Everything looks good except the glass. Doesn't have a texture. Let me make a texture for glass really quick. A little transparent texture. Let's do like 127. We'll do 150. Yeah, thanks for stopping by for so long. It was good chat, good conversation topics. Hopefully, yeah, you can catch another stream. That'd be cool. All right, assets, bus. Oh, it has a glass texture. So glass just didn't work. Interesting. Let me add a new glass texture and then we'll see what happened. So did the glass texture just not work, or is it not actually being referenced, I guess, is the question. Assets, bus, material. Interesting. So the glass does work, but it didn't find the glass texture. It looks like. Yeah, look, it failed to get the glass texture. Bro, a second Tokyo Split. Not quite. I'm not quite there yet. All right, I see. I know what the problem is. This is another little edge case that I'm glad I saw. So it's failing to extract this because one of my criteria is I'm looking for the end of line, but I should also be looking for the end of file. So I need to look for the null terminator as well in my string, I believe. Yeah, I wasn't even getting the texture too, though. I'm getting this blue one. So it's failing to even get the black glass texture. So it's falling back to the blue default texture. But yeah, it does have alpha in here, I think. Somewhere in here, maybe. But yeah, so I need to look for the null terminator, I think, on this next line thing. So let me... In models, I guess, next line. So I guess if next line is equal to usize, I guess maybe if it is usize, it should just get the substring. So maybe this shouldn't be a failure case. We'll see what happens. No, still failing. Okay, so what's happening? Oh, I guess it's still looking for that. Let me print what this says. Well, let me print what this is. New line. Wait, what? Maybe that's not the problem. Or no, what I do, I just change this one. Redo. What just happened? Let me think. Yeah, my default texture is unfortunately blue. I don't have the bright pink checkerboard. I really should though. What does my default texture look like? I don't remember. Assets. Where are assets? Yeah, my default texture looks like this. It's a little blue checkerboard. Maybe I should make it bright pink. Control Y. Yeah, I need to remember that. I always forget. Do you think having a degree is mandatory to work at AAA? I'm a new dev in the industry, but working at smaller companies. I think, well, it depends at the AAA, really, because, you know, do they require it or not? I think yes, because it's hard to get through the interview. Like, it's hard to get past the resume screen without, what if the default texture fails to load? Well, if that fails to load, then the game just won't compile, I guess. Or it won't start up. But yeah, so do you need a CS degree? I think the answer is yes, just to get through to an interview. And then after that, it's kind of up to the discretion of whoever's hiring you. Also, why do I have semicolons at the end of all of these? What am I doing? Why do I have semicolons at the end of these functions? What is happening? All right, let me think. Let me reason about this. I need to clean up this debug stuff. So, where am I doing models? Where'd my music go? I lost my music again. I keep losing my music. I keep losing my relaxing RuneScape music. No Win32. I am using Win32. So the last one is false. Okay. The first two are true, though. No C++ standard. Yep. Can't forget that. All right. So it's not even trying to enter this. So where am I printing these? Print color magenta. I should really... So it's not even finding the map KD thing. That's an interesting... No soding. So this is failing, I guess. So this one isn't working. So I guess if path end is equal to the end of the file, this shouldn't return false, right? It can find it. That's probably what was failing, or at least part of the problem. All right, that was... Um, let's see what happened. And then also this. So I just wasn't handing the end of file properly. And it's still not working. Interesting. Interesting indeed. What is returning here? Because it's like, it's hitting this, but then it's not hitting this. So this function's returning false, it looks like. So where can this return false? Do some classic print debugging till we figure out where it's returning false. If I could hook a debugger, I would, but I don't have that easily accessible. So it's failing on the first one. Interesting. So it's not even finding this one. No lighting. No C++. No coding. C++ game engine development, bracket, no coding, end bracket. All AI, fully AI driven. No computer. All right, I'm looking at things and I just can't think. Okay, this is failing on the first one. So what is start and what is end, I guess, is the next natural question. So 437 to that. And it can't find it in that range. Interesting, indeed. Let me print this string. What is the string at this position? What does the rest of the string contain? Oh no, I have broken. That should have worked. Do I not null terminate these? I guess I'll just do... Oh, interesting. Map D. Do I have a typo? Am I like trying to find the bug, but I actually have a typo? Should be map KD. Interesting. And we'll put the glass one that's actually transparent as well. Well, that's annoying. I have to remember to delete all these print statements. All right, here we go. Looks pretty bad because of transparent ordering. I wonder why it looks so bad. There's like overlapping geometry here. Yeah, I don't know what D is. What does map D mean in wavefront OBJ format? I think D is something else. The alpha texture. Interesting. So KD is the diffuse texture, and D is the alpha texture. Good to know. So yeah, it was correct the whole time. Let me just verify that the changes I made actually were bugs though, because I think they still were bugs. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Because it probably doesn't have like a a proper UV map or UV coordinates. Well, actually, if it's an alpha map, it should. But let me verify that these changes I made here actually. Oops. I can delete all of these. Let me just delete all of my print statements. I don't need all of these anymore. I don't want to accidentally leave these in and then forget about them. Because I do that all the time. All right, so we had that change here where we were doing like actually that does work. Interesting. I think this shouldn't be this though, because like the assumption is that if we can't find the new line character, then we must be near the end of the file. So we'll just grab until the end of file. So I'm just going to keep that because that should be reasonable. No thinking. Yeah, I should name it C++ game engine development. No thinking. No coding. I mean, I'm happy with this. This looks fine. The texture is obviously broken for some reason. I'm not sure what's going on with the texture for the glass. I think that's just like a this model problem though, not anything fundamental. I mean, I guess I can verify that in Blender though. I just downloaded it off the internet like a couple seconds ago. I grabbed it from here. Here, if you, I don't know. Maybe I can paste the link in the YouTube chat. If it will let me, I don't know. So why does the geometry do this weird thing, I guess, is the question. What does it look like in Blender edit mode? With the, well, I guess it's doing like weird triangulation, isn't it? Oh, actually that looks fine. No, I think it is broken. Because look, we're getting, it's probably hard to see on the live stream, but we're getting, there's like a rogue line of geometry rendering through here and like connecting over to here. So we're not actually doing so hot, are we? Now the question is, why is that? It's like, look at the window or the mirror. I wish I could move the camera slower. It's like you get this little strip that shoots out this way. And I don't think that's in the source model. So we have a bug. Did I triangulate this whole mesh? Export. Triangulate. Bus. I don't, it shouldn't be, but it probably is. Here, I need to fix this now. Oh no, this should be fine. Oh, that's right, this has to be KD. Maybe I'm doing something dumb. It's always possible. Always possible. Let me look at my model code. I think my index buffer is broken or something. There's a few things that could be wrong. I guess I'm surprised it's not failing more than it is, though. I kind of expected it to fail kind of catastrophically if it was going to fail. So let me see. What do we do? Maybe I'm like resetting something I shouldn't be resetting. So like positions, texture coordinates. These should be flipped around just for consistency's sake. So we parse all of the positions, vertex, normals. And then we clear the faces, clear the vertices, clear the indices. So that resets those. And then are we doing something dumb? Yeah, I did do that. I do that up in the helper functions, I think. Unless I don't, that's also possible. Where do I parse faces? Position index. Yeah, I do the subtraction here, so I'm doing that. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Let me look at the file. Is there anything weird in the file? There is a lot of vertex data here, though. It's just a name I chose. I don't know. There's not really any reason. I guess the question is, so I don't know the answer to this because I don't remember. Maybe this is what's throwing me off. But I just really think this would have failed catastrophically if I was doing this wrong. But like these indices into the array of positions, texture coordinates, normals, are these like relative to the ones that came before it? No, it doesn't look right. That can't be that. Because we don't go up enough. We don't go up enough indices. It's like those are like global to the whole file. Interesting. I guess what could be happening actually is I might be having a hash collision. Is that possible? Am I having a hash collision? Because in here I do use a hash table and I'm using a 32-bit hash. And I might be colliding on one of these potentially. Where do I do the hash lookup? Because I have a hash table in here somewhere. Like faces is a hash table. And Maybe I'm colliding. Like I'm mapping two values to the same thing, maybe. I don't know. It's an option. That shouldn't matter though, because my hash table doesn't allow overwriting data though. No, I'm not colliding. Or actually, I might not be running the code. All right, so I'm not colliding. Otherwise, I would have detected that. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. Fun, fun, fun. Yeah, I had to fix it. That's really frustrating. Oh no, why is that happening? It looks fine in Blender though, right? Like I'm not getting that geometry here. Yeah, because like look at the, so specifically the piece I'm looking at that's wrong is like this mirror here. Looks fine in Blender. If I load it in into mine, and I go over here, we have this. We have this little stick of geometry that's kind of sticking out. And that looks bad. Well, I know it's not the transparent because I know this mesh is part of the bus because I can see like it connecting from this mirror over to the other one, just barely. It gets hard to see, but like there is a line here if it doesn't pick up on stream. That gets thicker as it heads this way. So that's not part of the window. That's part of like the mesh, like the actual bus mesh. It's just interesting because it looks like basically fine except for that case. But the windows are all busted. So that's, something's failing. I probably have an off by one somewhere where it's only affecting like the very beginning of the geometry or something. Because it looks like it's not looping around correctly. And then since that's like the second to last mesh, it's kind of like going into this one. So maybe I have like an off by one in my face parsing, which makes sense maybe. Does it happen on the jet? It kind of happens on the jet too. See, look, like the windows are messed up here as well. Not as extreme though. Yeah, here's the depth sorting. The only thing I did in Blender is I just edited mine, or I exported it as a triangulated mesh, just so all the faces were triangles instead of quads or whatever they're allowed to be. That's all I did though. So I need to figure out what's happening with my vertex buffer. I must be missing something in here. So what would I be missing? Am I missing the last face maybe? Or am I not parsing? So we start there. What is this? Current is that. Like maybe we're missing the first face or the last face. I could also render doc this just for ease of debugging. So like if we just look at this thing here, yeah, we'll go here, little capture, and we find the draw call for this. So here's like the interior draw call, and then here's the exterior. Make this a bit bigger. So you can see it's the exterior one that's having this line of bad index data. So this is the first piece, and this one looks fine. It's like the second piece that breaks, this one. And then the third one's like even more busted. So it must be in this function. I must be doing something here where I shouldn't be doing that. I want to be the driver on the bus. Don't we all? It's like the Black Ops zombie map where you get the bus driver. Alright. That didn't do anything, obviously. Why would it? Damn, what could be causing the problem? Who knows? Off by one somewhere. Classic off by one. I was hoping this would just work. Let me print the contents of this file. I'm 27. 27. And all right, file.substring. This is gonna spam my console, but I just want to see if I'm getting chopped off data or something. And with this mesh, that's not too helpful. For the culprit. It's because I have a baby face. Let me save this to a file, actually. What should I call this? Who knows? We'll just generate. Oh, I don't have random in here, do I? Do I have time? I'm just gonna spam myself with files. Here we go. Okay, all right, so use base 2. This looks fine. And this should go to the end of the file or something. I should only ever have one of these use MTL things in each of these. Ooh, I don't have one here. Glass. This one has a use MTL but doesn't have anything on it either. Interesting. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. So what are all my textures? Okay, so we have base 2, we have bus. So this is the interior of the bus. Or bus is the base color. Bus.base color. So this is the exterior. So we're looking for the one that's called bus. This is the one that's broken. This one. We are a rare breed. It's true. All right, so are we... What's happening? What is happening? This is frustrating. I mean, this looks fine, doesn't it? Where is this line? Yeah, so that's that line. That gets me to the end. Is it possible I'm not reading the last line? That could be it. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I have to... Yeah, I'm using the graphics APIs. So, like, I guess if I... if I'm honest about my clickbait title, I'm using graphics APIs, and I'm using, like, the Windows... I'm using the system-supplied libraries for, like, actually creating windows and stuff. I'm just not using any frameworks on top of that. I haven't... Yeah, I have Vulkan as a work in progress. I just haven't finished it yet. So it's coming. It's just not ready yet. Yeah. I still can't believe Soding was in the chat. That was crazy. The man dropped by and watched for like a while too. He was in here for like at least an hour. Okay, so are we not parsing the last line? It's like we either have an off by 1 error with like the lines we're parsing, or we're just completely not working. I think it might be an off by 1 issue though, because that's usually the ones that bite you. So let me just figure out what could be causing that. I can't think. All right, so next face is where we could be going wrong. So parse faces. This one. Next face. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I've already worked on game engines professionally. So I've left that space and I work outside of games now, and I just do this for fun because I enjoy doing game engines. But yeah, I used to work at a AAA. I was there for a few years, and then I switched jobs. So yeah, that's the story with that. Okay, so if index equals U32 max, are we hitting U32 max? Out equals 0, return false. Like this could be doing it. Here, let's Oh, we didn't even error there. What? I was hoping this was it. Damn it. That should have errored. I was hoping that would error. Okay, so it's not this. Is it this maybe? No, it can't be that. I worked at Activision. So, yeah. I don't think there's anything preventing me from saying that, but I also don't really want to... I don't want to test it, so... Yeah. Oops. Alright. I don't know if I'll figure this out tonight. Yeah. It was a few years ago already too now, so it's not like I recently left, but oh, I love little graphics bugs. It's also possible that the problem is in my renderer. So that's not impossible. I don't think it is though. So I'd be surprised if that failed. It's certainly in my parsing code. Well, I didn't like, well, let's see, what can I say about that? There's like 3 reasons. The main reason is because I didn't like working in the office, and I had to work in the office at the place I was at. And I had like a 40-minute drive one way. So I was basically losing an hour and a half to 2 hours of my day every day, just driving back and forth to the office, which kind of wasn't too great. So I looked for something remote, and I found something remote. So now I work remote full time, which is really nice. And then the second reason is that I found the type of work I was doing wasn't very interesting. It's fine. I don't need money from this. I'm just doing this for fun. So what was I gonna say? Yeah. So I didn't find the work too interesting. Well, it was interesting, but like the type of stuff I was doing just was very, I guess, siloed, you could say. So like I was a graphics engineer, so I did like engine work on the graphics code. But that's kind of like all I was allowed to do. So like I was hired on as a software engineer on the graphics team. So I was basically always doing graphics work. And I like programming kind of everything, I guess. I like the full stack of game engine programming. So like I like doing graphics stuff. I like doing, audio stuff. I like doing gameplay stuff. I'm like a generalist, I guess. So I felt like I wasn't really working on problems that I wanted to work on. So I was getting a bit of burnout just from that. So the role I'm at now is outside of games, but I'm still doing graphics work. But I also have like other problems I can solve that aren't graphics specific. And I have the freedom to do that now because it's like I just work at a different place that has a different team structure, and I have more freedom for what I can work on. So yeah, that's like the other main reason. And number 3 is that it pays better not being in the game industry. So I get paid more now than I did when I was in games. Nice. That's cool. All right, can I solve this bug? What is the problem? Nice. I wish yeah, a small team is nice. All right, I'm gonna stop messing with the problem here. Oh yeah, someone joined asking what the problem is. So I guess whoever asked that question, I'm sorry if I don't see. Oh, RVTU asked that. I'm doing some model import code, and I have like an off by 1 error somewhere, causing my vertex data to be messed up. So you can see the window is like obviously broken because it has like all these weird artifacts. But this model is also broken. I'm annoyed because I can't fix this bug, and I want to fix the bug before I leave. I hate leaving bugs broken before I leave. I want to fix it. I thought it would be easy, but it's not easy. It's not obvious what it is. I've gone through the obvious things already. So I thought it would be this, because this seems like the first thing that would fail to cause that. But it's not this, I don't think. I mean, I guess I don't know that for sure. But I think it's not this. Because if this failed, then this wouldn't work at all. And then, so what could it be? Maybe I just solved this. Yeah, I should. Let me just make a model file. That's a good call. Let me just see if it's like a multi-material model file issue. So if we just create a cube, this could help me narrow it down. I was hoping I didn't have to do this because I didn't want to make a... no, I want a cube. Add cube. So we'll have like 3 meshes in here. We'll have like this cube. Then we'll copy this one and rotate it some crazy way. We'll have like 3 cubes here. All right, nice. This is peak programming right here. How do I assign a unique material to each of these? New, well, I'd like this one. This one. I'm just applying random materials. I'll edit these in the file. And that one. So then, in theory, if I export this as a new model, and let's see. I call this Good enough. Let's open our favorite paint properties. Let's make this small just for sake of simplicity. Oh, what is happening? All right, so we'll have like a red material. Here's our nice little materials here. Cool. And now we just render this and see what happens. And then we'll just watch this one work perfectly for some reason. All right, here we go. Here we go. We have a bug. Nice. The fact that we see the bug is a good sign. All right, now we just need to figure out why that's happening. Why is this box getting drawn up there, I guess, is the question. Oh yeah, thank you for answering questions for me. I'm sorry if I'm kind of not being too responsive. All right, it's hard to see what's happening with the colors. So we have 39 vertices when we should only have 36. So the question then is why? Yeah, I am getting tired. my brain is shot, but I want to solve this before I leave. I want to solve it. All right, so what does our mesh look like? Yeah, look, see, here's the problem. We have like this crazy extra triangle, basically. Just hanging on, dangling on. I should have a bot. Is there an easy way to set that up? I don't know how to do that yet. I haven't looked it up. If I can set that up easily, I'll definitely spend some time between now and next stream getting that to work. Okay, so let me think. What could possibly lead to this? Let me look at the file, since this file is easier to reason about. So where am I going wrong? $12 times 3, so there's 12 in here. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, wait, what's happening here? Oh, no, this is the file. Damn it. I got excited thinking that this was a... Why do I have two of these? But this was the file. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. Could be that you're reading the first phase of the next material. Yeah, that's what I think is happening. I just need to figure out what, like, when is that happening? Because I'm clearly reading one phase too far. It's not obvious to me when that's happening. Can I... Is it happening at the beginning or the end, I guess? Oops, damn it. I'm going to solve this and then I'm going to end the stream. I'm committed until this is fixed. I think it's an easy fix. I just need to find it. So yeah, we're going to find it. We're going to find it as I cope hard. Where's the pass where I render this stuff? So if I look at the vertex mesh here, see on the right side here are like the vertex IDs, right? So we have like the vertex buffer and the index buffer. So the last three are the ones 24, 25, 26. Yeah, those are the ones that are like reading from the next set, basically. The erroneous triangle. And then the final one doesn't have that problem. Doesn't look like. Because this one only has 36, like 39, 39, 36. Get the pizza. I'm just picturing pizza slices with these triangles. That would be amazing. Order a pizza. So this material 1, material 0. So if we just look up this line, I think I understand. I think I know what's happening. So I'm being dumb, I believe. I got it. I see it now in my mind. I see the problem, I think. Famous last words. But I see the problem. So what I'm doing, I'm early outing too late. I'm returning too late. So I have this function here. This is so exciting. I think I've got it. Where is the function? This function, right? So I'm parsing faces, right? So this function just calls a loop, and then this loop stops parsing once either of these conditions are met. So like if this function returns false, or the start pointer basically goes past the end, right? Which seems reasonable. Like it seems reasonable that you would early out on that case. But I'm being dumb. I'm being dumb. Okay, so what's happening is this face doesn't know what end is. This function doesn't know what end is. So on the next iteration, where it will read past the end, it's calling into this first before checking whether it has, like ended, I guess. If that makes sense. So like I'm doing this too late. So there's two ways. I can either move this here, I believe. I could do this. Or I could just put it inside the loop as like a break. And I think this will fix it. Let's see. God, please pray, hope that it works. I want to go. I want to eat. Oh no. What? I thought that would get it. Are you serious? I think this is the problem though. I'm almost certain that that's the issue. Because there's no other way I could be reading data that doesn't exist. Oh no, I hit connect. Uh-oh. Is it less than or equal to? No, less than. How could it be ending? I think I just need to pass this. I need to pass this as a parameter to this thing. And then have that deal with it. This is definitely the problem. I just need to figure out where this check should go. So it's like, tell the next key. So like if the next key is that or tell is greater than, I guess if it's just greater than end. Then we return something like this maybe. It certainly would be. You are not wrong. There we go. There we go. Looking so much better. This isn't looking better though. Damn it. No. What? All right, it's almost right. This fixed. This got fixed. I don't know what's happening here. Damn it. I thought this was going to work too. Yeah, okay, I can explain why I can't breakpoint easily. The problem is that this runs in the build tool. So my engine has like a two-stage build pipeline, or like a two-stage... It just has a build tool that runs. So when I compile, basically I drive the engine through this batch script. So like I can compile the project from the terminal. I don't know why it's not going. Here, let me try this again. So I can like drive the compile and the run from the terminal here. And this will do stuff. But basically, I can easily attach the debugger to my I can easily attach the debugger to my runtime because it's like I have it set up in my build tool. But this thing that's running here is like a separate application, and it's driven by some command line stuff, and it's just like a pain to deal with. So I was like trying to avoid it, but I should have really just ran the debugger. All right, well, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Damn, I thought that would get it. Is it greater than? Why isn't this running? Uh-oh. Yeah. It's because like even with a mesh this complicated, if I try to debug this, it's like it's hard to know, you know, when does the breakpoint actually trigger if I'm parsing a model with 100,000 vertices, right? And I thought I got it with this because now this looks fine. This looks great now. So what could be happening here? This is like a separate bug. That's crazy. I had 2 bugs and I didn't even know about it. I guess, is this a problem with, No, I don't think the normals have anything to do with this. I don't know. I'm probably going to figure this out later. I need to go eat. I'm not thinking straight anyway. I've been going at this for like 8.5 hours already, this stream. So that's a good solid day of work, I'd say. Yeah. Yeah, standard out. The classic printf debugging. I mean, it works. It's just not great. I should add strafing. Yeah, I really should. The jet. I need to add gameplay. Maybe I'll do that next stream. I'll add the gameplay. Because right now you can't do anything. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Appreciate the the positive comments. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun doing the movement code. I want to load better looking maps as well. All the positive words of affirmation. I feel like I didn't get much done, really, but it was kind of a lot of thinking of like organization today, so I don't know. Maybe it's interesting. It's just the reality of doing stuff like this is you have to... all those box textures. We need to get the jet flying around. I'm certainly over 100,000 by now. Definitely over 100,000 hours of lifetime programming. I spend a lot of time kind of doing stuff. I can get the PC specs up. I'm 27. All right, let's see the PC specs. Before I leave, I guess I can do some Q&A. So what do I have? Is there a better way to find your specs? I should know this probably. Details, maybe. No, performance. CPU. I have this CPU, the Ryzen 9 75 or 7950X. Memory. I have 64 gigs of DDR5, which is nice. Got in before the I got into the memory before the hype cycle killed the prices. SSD, NVMe. GPU, yeah, here's the next one. I have a 3080 RTX. So that's my PC specs. I didn't realize this texture is like red over here. I know. I know. I'm so glad I bought RAM when I did. I definitely got in before the hype cycle. I was waiting to upgrade my GPU until the 6000 series came out. But now it seems like that's never coming out. And when it does, it's probably going to be like super expensive. So I don't know. I'll probably be running the 3080 for a while yet. I wanted to get the next gen GPUs when they came out, but I guess it's not even worth it. Yeah, and like the gains gen over gen aren't even that great anymore. So I don't know. Obviously, I don't need it for a game that looks like this, but I do like experimenting with the fast hardware. So I don't know. Like I want to do some ray tracing stuff at some point. That's an experiment I want to get to. But not yet. Yeah. I'm waiting for GTA 6 to come out, but that's not coming to PC for a while after like the console release. So we're like years away from GTA 6 on PC. But that's the game I'm looking forward to. Yeah, some of the gun models were handmade like years ago. Some of the other ones were just ripped from like Counter-Strike or Quake. I don't remember. Some old game had it as like a mod. Some of the guns we stole from. I stole the models. It's all just placeholder stuff. No, I haven't played Elden Ring. I actually don't have too much time to game is the problem. Is there good money in programming? Yeah, there is. Yeah, I agree with that. All right, well, that's a good thing. Here, let's get the other game going for anyone who joined. I have a Terraria clone as well. Yep, I second that notion. Here, let me get the release build on. This is really laggy. It's laggy with the stream. Yeah, I program professionally. So I have a software engineering job. And the game dev stuff I do for fun on the side, basically. Here's my Terraria clone. Let's get this up. This is like the only other impressive project I have in the engine currently. So, yeah, you're going to see this a lot. I agree with that as well. Yeah, it's C++ and also some Java as well, funnily enough. Well, the problem is I made the water wiggle around. You're probably talking, why is it wiggle around? Because if it doesn't wiggle, then sometimes it never finds like, it never finds the lower position. Coding Jesus. I've seen his channel. Yeah, he's funny. Yeah, the water's GPU based. Yeah, I was gonna say, the water wiggles around because like otherwise it gets stuck like up here sometimes. So I just added some wiggle just so like it eventually kind of finds its way down. And it just looks a bit better if it does that. It's kind of funny too, I guess. Otherwise you get like weird globs of water because there's only like so much resolution in the simulation. It uses, it's called reintegration tracking. I'll spell it out, reintegration tracking. I forget who the guy's name is. It's like Michael or Mikal or something. I forget his full name. But he has a good paper on it. If you just look up reintegration tracking, you'll see his like article on it. And I basically implemented his method with some changes. So it's not a one-to-one. But the cool thing about this, I'm proud of this, is that I have this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've got it. Yeah, so I implemented his technique. And the cool thing is I have it working over multiplayer now. So this is a new development. I need to turn some debug things on for multiplayer to work, though. Multiplayer is kind of a work in progress. Oops. Damn it. This might not work now. Here we go. Okay, good. We're by water. Yeah, so you can see I've got multiplayer going here. And like it syncs up over the network, which was a really difficult problem to solve, I'll tell you that. Very difficult to solve this. But we've got it working, which is very exciting. So yeah, that was kind of, I spent a lot of time working on this a few months ago. Well, until like a couple weeks ago. So yeah. It's actually not too much. Yeah, so basically, I can explain it briefly. So what it does is it does a local simulation on each client. And that's just so it's like looks responsive, right? Otherwise, you would see the water kind of lagging around as you did stuff. So I do local simulation for it. But it's also simulated on the server, and it's server authoritative. And then basically to keep it in sync is I just kind of let the so there's like two problems basically. So the biggest problem to solve is that it's very easy for the water simulation to to desync from itself, desynchronize, because it's not fully deterministic. And doing it as a local simulation, I'm kind of destroying the determinism just through the timing of my inputs. So if I delete a block, I'm not doing those updates deterministically, I guess. So there's just so many ways that the water can desynchronize. And I've kind of accepted that that's going to happen. So what I have is basically there's a heuristic that gets calculated. Let's see, debug chunks. So the simulation's broken up into chunks. So each world chunk has a little simulation region assigned to it that gets simulated on the GPU basically in the giant buffer. And I have a heuristic that I calculate that I can basically compare with the server's water state. And it's a cheap heuristic that just right now I just test is the volume roughly the same between the server and a client. And if they diverge too significantly, I just have the server force synchronize the chunk that has diverged. And it just does this sort of at an infrequent basis as it needs to. And for the most part, the water stays basically the same between the clients. So I don't need to synchronize that often. But you see this number kind of wiggling around in the center here. That's how much memory is being used by the fluid simulation. So when I do sync, I'm sending a packet or at least a stream of packets that adds up to be this large. So it's kind of a lot of data to send. So I try to do it as infrequently as possible. And I'm on LAN right here. Obviously, I'm connected to myself. So the latency is really good. So I'm not really having synchronization problems. But yeah, that's kind of how I do it. Yeah. Yeah, because yeah, that's a good point. So I could do a lockstep type update for the water simulation, and then a rollback or something, and then I don't know. There's a lot of ways to solve this, but I just decided to go the heuristic approach. And ultimately, the server is the authority of the game state. So if you do desynchronize on the client, at worst it's a visual problem. But all the gameplay logic should be fine. So, yeah, that's how that works, basically in a nutshell. And if you compared these, if you took a screenshot and compared them by overlaying, they're not exactly the same. So there is a bit of desynchronization that happens in here. If you look at the splashing, it's not fully the same. But it's close enough that I think it should be fine. And I just want to move on with other things. So yeah, I'm gonna move on to work on other things in the game. It works pretty well. You can see it's a bit different here. There's a bit of difference with where the water is. So it's not great, but it's close enough, right? It's basically the same. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's like the classic multiplayer problem of. Well, I guess the problem you're mentioning specifically isn't a big problem for the water, but yeah, it's just one of those problems that you need to solve, which is why netcode is so complicated. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna end the stream. I am getting really hungry, and I kind of want to go take a break. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate everyone who stuck by and chatted for hours. I will stream again. I might stream again tomorrow evening, so potentially look forward to that. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. We'll see where the day brings me. But yeah, I'll see you guys. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Now we awkwardly end the stream.